All right. We're almost there. Almost there. All right. We're live, everyone. Welcome to Political Head Trauma, where Head Trauma had a podcast. We've got oodles of guests today. We've got two congressional candidates, one from CD1 and one from CD2. And then also sitting to my left, we have a Senate candidate. And so we're going to be chatting them all up, finding out, what makes them tick and everything else. We're excited to chat with them. But first, we're going to have Carlton Bowen on. He is running for the Senate to take place of Romney, and pretty stiff competition in this Senate race this go around. A lot of people running, and Holly needs help while she plays with the.
Hey guys, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I hope you all had a good week. We appreciate you tuning in to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound something like this. Hamana.
Yeah. All right. So without further ado, we'll just get kicked right in and chat with Carlton. Carlton is running as American Independent.
Independent American.
Yeah, Independent American. Lean in a little closer to the mic.
Yep.
Carlton, explain that. Are you? Do you guys have an official party? I thought it was just independent. Is that an actual name of the party?
It is an actual party. Yeah, the Independent American Party. It's a great group. They have a website, utahiap.org. They have 15 principles, just really awesome principles that this party represents, and I'm honored and pleased to run with them.
Can I get that again so I can put it in our show notes?
Yeah, sure. It's utahiap.org. And my website, my personal website is carlton4ussenate.org. I'm sorry, .com.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up. We'll show it on the screen here in a minute.
Carlton, 4
ussenate.com.
Excellent. USS.
Yes.
Senate. I gotcha.
But anyways, I know this is exciting. Carlton, tell us about yourself. Tell us about your decision to run.
Yeah, I'd love to. Well, first of all, thank you, Jared and Holly, for having me on the podcast. I respect what you're doing here. I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
And having candidates and different guests, I think, is great. People get to hear firsthand, which is always a great opportunity. My name is Carlton Bowen. I'm running for the U.S. Senate. I'm born and raised in Utah. Married my beautiful wife, Linda. We've been married 36 years.
Oh, wow. We should have a show about that. Secrets to a long marriage.
We have 6 amazing children and 13 awesome grandchildren with more on the way.
6
Are any
kids.
of them not amazing or awesome? You can tell us.
They're all great.
Good.
Yep, they're all exceptional.
That's exciting. Wow.
Yeah.
What a huge family. And do they all live in Utah?
No, my oldest daughter lives in Washington State. The rest of my family all lives in Utah.
Oh, is she still got those same core values you raised her with? Or has she been struggling a little bit in Washington State?
Great question. She's Eastern Washington, so it's more conservative there. And she's got a great family. She homeschools.
Awesome.
Yep. Her husband's work took him out there. They've been out there several years, but they're amazing.
That's great. Do we need to turn his volume on his mic up at all? Sounds a little quiet. I don't know. As we're waiting for our people to join,
No,
I just want to make sure the sound sounds good.
Yeah, and I can keep going if you want.
Yeah, tell us.
Keep going. Yes.
So after I was married, I joined the U.S. Air Force, served for about 6 years. Linda and I have lived in Texas, Virginia, and South Korea. And
Ulsan in South Korea.
Yeah, Ulsan Air Base. That's right. Yep.
Beautiful place.
Yep. We lived off base, but I served on base.
What made you join?
Love of country, opportunity.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Anyone in your family before you?
Well, probably, but not directly. Like not my father or uncles or anything. Well, actually, I did have an uncle that served in the Navy. But yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, a lot of family members do it because someone in their family had joined. And it's neat to meet people who are the first. Like, that I think that's pretty exceptional, especially in a time that you actually were probably serving during. It was right in the middle of some pretty crazy stuff happening in the world.
Yeah. So I served during the first Gulf War, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Desert Strike.
We won that one.
Yeah.
We won, but it's sad what's going on with Iraq now aligned with Iran, which I think our whole goal was for that not to happen. So it's kind of tragic that way. But.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like we took a win and did the unthinkable and made it a loss.
Yeah. Yep.
It's sad. But so tell us about your motivation to run. What is?
Yeah. Well, I love our country. I have been involved politically my entire life. I'm a Trump supporter. I want there to be a Trump supporter in the U.S. Senate. And frankly, I'm concerned the Republicans are going to select another establishment Republican type candidate, like a Mitt Romney type candidate. And I just don't think Utah can afford to have someone like that in that office.
I agree.
Break down to me how this the Utah Independent American Party, or is it American Independent?
It's Independent American.
Independent American Party, but you're a Trump supporter. Does that mean that is that a party platform, or is the Independent American Party, is it kind of a loose party that's a big tent?
Are they putting up a presidential nominee, or are they nominating Trump themselves?
Yeah, so great questions. Let me answer those. First of all, there is a National Independent American Party. The Utah Independent American Party, I made a motion in our caucus to actually support Donald Trump as our presidential candidate, and that did pass.
Excellent.
And so, while Donald Trump won't be on the ballot, obviously, as an independent American, because he's running as a Republican, the Utah Independent American Party has chosen to support him. There were other people that brought up other options, like Robert Kennedy and stuff like that. And we had some discussion about that. There are other people in the country, 2 or 3 people that filed to run for president as independent Americans. We just weren't able to get hold of them, get information from them. They didn't join our caucus, our convention. So we didn't really have anything to go on as far as supporting them as our candidate. And again, I just think it's important. I think President Trump has done amazing things. In Utah, he scaled back the Bears Ears Monument.
Mm-hmm.
He got us out of the Paris Climate Accord. He got us out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I mean, he ended Roe v. Wade. I mean, that's something my entire life that conservatives have been trying to accomplish.
He actually started peace in the Middle East too.
Oh yeah, the Abraham Accords.
And the Abraham Accords, and his walk across the line in North Korea to stop the little pudgy guy from throwing missiles at South Korea.
Yeah, the missile testing stopped when President Trump was president.
That's wrapped around
tangled
you.
up there. That's
So
okay.
this over
Just toss it up there.
But yeah, he had a lot of great foreign achievements and a lot of great domestic achievements. So he's a fighter. He's tried and true. And you see what going against the establishment has cost him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not even president anymore, and they're still going after him hard politically. So anyway, your other questions, though, about the Independent American Party, they have great principles, but why am I running? So I have a platform of 3 things I'm running for, and I'm running because I love our country, obviously, and the other reasons I mentioned, but my platform is traditional values, traditional money, and our tradition of freedom. And traditional values, what does that mean, right? Well, I mean, it's kind of sad we even have to talk about it, but the times we live in, we do. boys are boys. It's so basic and simple, right? But
You would think so. Logic is lost now on people.
boys are boys, girls are girls. There's only two genders. Marriage is between a man and a woman. Families matter a lot, and ideally have a mom and a dad, married, trying, and true. Don't steal, don't cheat, don't lie, don't kill. Integrity and honesty still matter. So it's traditional values. Traditional money means more than using the gold and silver coin that the U.S. that our founders envisioned and that the U.S. Constitution requires. It also means a free market capitalistic economy, not communism, not socialism,
Not crony capitalism.
not crony capitalism. Yeah. And this system has proven the most prosperous over time. It's tried and true. I mean, it's what made America so prosperous for so long.
That and a very, very limited government.
Yes.
And also Europe destroying itself twice in 40 years. That tends to make
I
it so
think
we
that
don't have
crony
competitors.
capitalism has changed people's view of capitalism. They forget that those are two separate ways of doing business. One is the government's hands in and the power of corporations dictating to the government. The other is the consumer decides who and what will be successful, not the government.
Right.
And so I think people forget that those are two separate entities altogether.
Oh, that's a great point, Holly. I mean, really, the role of government is just have a set of rules that's fair, whether you're small or big. But with crony capitalism, you have government putting their thumb on the scale in favor of different, groups or businesses, too big to fail, the bailout of GM and of the big insurance AIG and, all this stuff. And that's not free market capitalism. The government choosing favorites is not free market capitalism. The role of the government really should just be limited to having a set of rules that treat all businesses equally and fairly.
Yeah, I know the government just chimed in on a deal that was going on with two people. I want to say AT&T and someone else, but not letting them conjoin. One wanted to buy the other, and the government stepped in, the SEC, and said, no, you can't do that. You'll make yourself a monopoly. Well, that's fine and good until it's a Facebook or it's a X or it's these big, huge companies.
It depends on who
Google, for
who
example.
who donates the most. That's the big
And
decider.
sometimes, like with DirecTV, remember when they were all under the hammer, bad. All of a sudden, they donate $100,000+ to one of the people's campaign. I think it was Biden's. Next thing you know, not only are you getting this contract that we were denying, but now you get to open up in all these other countries we had denied prior. So it's so blatantly corrupt right now.
Right. And corruption is the key word. It's only when you have corruption that these, the people are tipping the scale for one business or another because they have a vested interest, they're getting a kickback or these types of things. And it's not right. It's not who we are, who we should be.
It's not legal for you.
It's not legal, yeah. But it really comes down to this, moral decay in our society. Where are we at morally as a country? So when you have a moral country, you have a lot less corruption. You can detect it. You can root it out. Unfortunately, we live in a time, and I think Trump's presidency actually revealed this, that the corruption is deep and widespread. Speaking of traditional money,
are you in the gold back? I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I wanted to show these.
There we go. Yeah, we've had a couple
you don't
of
have
gold
to pay
back.
us to come on the show.
Oh no,
We've had a couple of gold back guys on, and
wow.
And I'm going to switch back. Everyone, his website
Wait,
is.
did you say this is a gift?
Yeah, you can have that.
This is $1.
It's worth about $5. It's 1/1000th troy ounce of gold.
This is gold.
Yeah, this is
and 24 karat.
And
amazing.
And it's Utah. This is the gold back. Anyways,
New
everyone,
Hampshire.
It's Carlton 4 USSenate.com. We're gonna jump back. So
how do you buy these? Do you have to go to their website? I mean, do people use these as currency?
I mean, you can go to goldback.com. You can.
Okay, so
I'm happy to give you.
Give us a quick rundown on that. But then I want to get back to.
This is amazing.
Get back to your run, everyone. This is what they look like. This is it's a gold leaf. It's like a plastic with gold leafed onto it. They're very beautiful.
Yeah, it's sturdy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen the larger denominations. Those,
I've seen a couple of them,
those are 1 gold backs, but like here's a 10, here's a 5.
and they
Can you say they're worth more than they're actually printed?
well they
Well,
get
so is the
larger
penny,
because they
right?
add more gold to them. Is that correct?
Yeah, the larger denominations have larger amounts of gold, but it's consistent. So you know, 1 gold back, 5 gold backs, it's 5 times more gold in a 5 gold back than there is in a 1 gold back.
Okay.
So it's a precise amount of gold. In fact, it's this new
This
technology.
one's Utah. This one's Utah. This one says New Hampshire.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
the
I was
gold-
out of ones for Utah, so I gave you a New Hampshire one, Holly. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No, this is one of the best gifts I've ever gotten. Gold. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Well, it's a movement across the nation. There's quite a few states that are making these.
Yeah, they're doing additional prints like for other states. Right now there's 5 states. I think there's probably 5 more they're getting ready to release. It's just a great group, Alpine Gold and Goldback. It's a local Utah company, but they're doing great things and just really appreciate what they're doing.
Will companies accept it eventually?
So on the goldback.com site, there's a list of companies that are willing to accept Goldbacks.
Not that I would spend it. I'd want to save it for scary times.
Well, and you can't. A lot of people like to buy physical gold as storage, money storage, but
how do you trade that?
When it's not just how do you trade it, but one, a chunk of gold,
cool.
A chunk of gold the size of a pinky nail is, what is it right now? $70.
Yeah.
I know the one that I purchased years back was $60, and it is tiny and so easy to lose. And it's still $60, where something like this is a gold storage that's $5, and it's not as easy to lose. And then if you do lose it, you're only losing $5 versus $60-$70.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of people buy silver, little silver chits, because silver's not as hazardous if you lose one, but also it's bigger, easier to visually see. I mean, if I pulled out my little gold chit, you guys go, really? That's it? And it was $60.
Yeah.
And it is tiny.
Right. The reason traditional money is important to me, referring to gold and silver coins. So the U.S. Mint does, mint gold and silver eagles, which in Utah are considered currency, and actually to the U.S. government is also considered currency. They have a face value printed on the front. Of course, a bank won't give you what they're actually worth, so we need to fix that. That's one of the things I would like to do if elected. But it's with the whole money situation, though, you get to root cause. Why can the government afford, endless wars, sending all this money to rebuild all these other nations, or to try to build them, or try to control them, or whatever it is, right? And it's just war after war. And it's because they have kind of this endless funding, at least they think they do, because there's no accountability, because they can just print more. And same even with the immigrant situation, like how can the government afford to, put up all these, hundreds of thousands of immigrants in hotels and pay their medical bills and all this stuff? Well, it's just because they can print endless money. There's no accountability. They don't have to actually go to taxpayers and say, we need money to pay for this. They can just kick the can down the road.
I have a question on that, because this is something that I do circles. Our government, we know they print money to come up with money. Why do they borrow any money then?
That's kind of how they get it from the Federal Reserve System
That
into
was
the economy.
That was the argument that was had with that Fed chief, 2 weeks ago, that everyone's been
nothing
dogging him about. Well, okay, I'm going to tell you why.
But he didn't even know. And he's the advisor to the president.
He does know. He didn't want to say. Because
he was having
his cadre
battle.
of friends make money when an order is put in. Instead of the government making money come into existence so they pay their bills and then it circulates as it's supposed to be, they go to a third party to make the money, and that third party gets to make money off the interest on that. Well,
it's ridiculous.
While he's in there, he probably gets assistance from those third parties. And then when he's not in there, he's a part of that third party. It's a big scam, just like our legal system is, where it's meant to prop up lawyers.
There's definitely lots of issues and problems.
Well, what's happening to Trump right now is kangaroo court. And I'm appalled at any Democrat, independent, Republican who's not watching this and going, what is happening here?
Yeah.
This is insane. This is happening to an ex-president. Imagine what could happen to any of us.
Well, and it even happens here in Utah. We have a couple political prisoners, Ken Cromar, the guy that was the capitalist, the free market capitalist guy, and they threw him in jail because he criticized the Utah Department of Commerce. You have the J6ers, obviously, they were just exercising their right to protest.
Go back to this Cromer guy. I don't want to take away from your platform. I would like to hear more about him.
I think it's all in part of your platform, because you're asking for us to go back to a moral people, which the Constitution doesn't survive without a moral people.
That's right.
And without a fair justice system, which is part of that Constitution.
Right.
And here you're saying that there is a political prisoner in Utah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. More than one.
So really? What did he come?
Well, so Ken, they went after him for tax evasion and stuff like that. I knew Ken. He's from Cedar Hills, good guy, great family. They're saying he, made all these millions of dollars. He was a video producer. He did almost like volunteer movies. Like he would go out and interview, like the Triple Deuce Artillery Squadron from Utah, and then put it together. Like he put together a movie called Miracles. And, just a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. It's not like this guy was making a bunch of money.
Documentary?
Documentary type thing. And then, but they went after him for his house. I think he actually ended up being vindicated on the IRS charge. But then the people that before he was vindicated, there was a lot of really bad stuff, actually, with, SWAT, and they basically sold his house, even though he was later vindicated. And he was never really able to get a fair shake from what I can tell,
Well, dealing with the government, you never do. You never do. The government, one, you can't sue them when they're wrong.
Well, two,
you can't go for, there's a family in Washington. I watched John Stossel on this, where the EPA came in and just declared a part of this land they bought to build a house on as wetlands. It's not. They got ruled in the Supreme Court that it wasn't. These people are out $400,000. They're out 8 years of their life. They're old. That was their retirement home they were building. And they can't get any recourse. Honestly, those people in the EPA that came and pulled that stuff should die behind bars.
There's a lot of injustice in our country, that's for sure. I do have some concrete proposals for how we can address some of those.
That's what I want to get into. Let's talk about, I wanted to dig into this, but first let's go to that, and then we'll dig into what's on your website.
Okay. Well, for example, there's this guy in Arkansas that was an airport executive, and he was into guns. And so he would do private sales. The ATF was like, oh, this guy's, doing too many private sales. He should have
6 a.m. raid. We need a lot of shields.
Yeah, you've covered this. Okay.
Yes.
And so, but I'm thinking, why do we have an ATF? I mean, alcohol's regulated at the state level. Mm-hmm. Tobacco's regulated at the state level. Firearms aren't supposed to be regulated, especially by the federal government.
Yeah,
the Second Amendment.
I think San Francisco needs people to clean up poo on the streets, and the ATF sounds like a good position for that.
And we could call it. Was part of the ATF.
We could call that anti.
I'm with you. They could be joined with the FBI, and the FBI could be dispersed across the United States.
And then we make the FBI the people who drives the poo to the dump.
Then we put FBI, dissolve them into local sheriff's departments, where they are a wing of each sheriff's department, and they work for an elected. That's what I think they should do with the FBI and ATF. But please go on.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. And I mean, no, there's a lot of good people in the FBI. I'm sure in the ATF too.
Sure. I'm sure there's one or two good people. On Thursdays, they're good. I'm sure they're great when they drop their.
Finish.
No, you're great. It's your show.
When they drop their kids off at the school, they're probably polite and don't want to stomp on people's rights.
Yeah. Well, you have a great point. It's just a hard situation because
It is.
what has happened is these government agencies have gotten out of control. Like in the case of Ryan in Arkansas, why did they need to do a pre-dawn raid?
Absolutely. Why do they ever need to do a no-knock warrant on these?
They shouldn't have done a no-knock warrant, and no-knock warrants in themselves are another huge problem, as is, frankly, like seizure of assets, like, at the
Asset
airport and
forfeiture.
stuff. Yeah, asset forfeiture. Like these are huge problems. They can be addressed, but if elected, I like Rand Paul's out of the Fed bill. I like some of Mike Lee's bills. These bills that would roll back the rulemaking authority of these agencies without Congress basically putting their stamp of approval on it, because the Constitution sets up Congress, not these
are bureaucrats
with lawmaking authority.
Not one of them's elected.
That's
they
right.
don't answer to someone elected.
Yes.
The person they answer to is appointed.
Exactly. So a lot of these problems we see with government and these out of control agencies, it's just that our government has grown so big and so far beyond what was intended, and there's not really control to bring it back. So we do need to start getting rid of some of these agencies like the ATF. We do need to start pulling that control back to Congress, where the Constitution puts it. Doesn't mean that we can't make laws. It just means they need to be according to the Constitution, and they need to be passed by Congress.
Wow, that's just so much common sense and logic, and actually the law of the land, that I'm appalled that we even have to bring it up, because we are that corrupt right now.
Yeah, but let's get back to our tradition of freedom, Holly, if that's okay.
Yes.
Since because
how do you, as a senator, how do you move the nation in that direction?
Well, you can lead by example.
Pull that mic in. This is important.
You can lead by example. And we all try to do our best. So it's not like that alone is enough. But I think, it has to be the first step of getting people into the government. There's basically two schools of thought, right? You either work in the system or you work outside of the system. Some people think the system's too far gone to work within it. I personally don't believe that. We as a nation have been through a lot, right? The Civil War, lots of things. But we do need to be moral. The biggest thing, to solve these problems is to be moral as a people. And that starts in our individual lives. It starts in our families. It starts in our cities, our counties, our states.
At the most local level.
At the most local level. And people might dismiss that, but that's where it's at. That's the solution, is just to get back to where we were. Our Tradition of Freedom platform, the Pilgrims came here in 1620. They were basically fleeing religious persecution in Europe. You had to belong to the state-sponsored churches in Europe, which is why there was a prohibition. It wasn't that we weren't supposed to have any, discussion of God in public. That's not what was meant at all. It was meant that the government couldn't establish a church like they did in England and all these other European countries where they had the Church of England or the Catholic Church. My wife's family's from Austria. They joined the LDS Church, way early on. They were some of the first members in Austria, but they were basically shunned because all their communities were Catholic. The government sponsored the Catholic Church, that type of thing. So when we say that the Pilgrims were fleeing religious persecution, they literally would, get ears torn off or, different things that mutilated them or harmed them or killed them.
They would starve. Merchants wouldn't do business with them. People refused to even take care of their children if there was a problem.
Yeah, so they came here seeking religious freedom, and what a great blessing that they did. They came here. We have a country based on this principle of religious freedom. It's so important. It's the First Amendment. I think it's first for a reason.
Right.
And then people don't realize all the miracles that happened for us to become a country, the country that we are. You had the Jamestown settlers in 1607, both in Jamestown and in Plymouth in 1620. They almost perished. And they kind of started out with these communal ideas that didn't help them. And it was only after they jettisoned those and kind of embraced private property and people benefiting from their work that they actually took root and started to prosper. But it was a long time between 1607 or 1620 and 1776 when we actually declared independence. And then it's not like we were immediately free, right? We had we had to fight a war for 5 years, and there were so many miracles during that war. Let me just share one of them. At the end of the war, at Yorktown, Virginia, so the British are surrounded by the Americans and the French, who are our allies, and the British have ships of reinforcement, multiple ships of troops to reinforce the British. A huge storm comes up and just lasts for days and days, which prevents these British reinforcements from landing, leads to Cornwallis's surrender on the battlefields of Yorktown, Virginia. And finally, we win our independence.
And our soldiers were able to cross those rivers quietly under the fog and never be seen. And, you know, Chris Stewart wrote a book called The Seven Miracles, and he was our congressman before he stepped down. And he says there's more than 7, but there were so many tiny miracles no one can explain.
Right.
No one could have predicted that it was do or die. And like George Washington said, okay, go. The fog is down. These soldiers were able to get their boats slowly across and totally go around the British ships. And they never knew they'd even left. And by the time the fog lifted, they went to attack and there was no one left to attack. And they couldn't believe it. And that was just one. There were many, many, many.
Yeah, Washington's crossing of the Delaware is definitely a miraculous story going into New York. Anyway, that's where we got to get back to. If we want to remain a free and prosperous nation, our national motto is "In God We Trust," and indeed we must if we're going to remain free and prosperous.
We should add that to the money. And indeed we must. True.
I would argue we need to have a total upset of our education system if we want to get back to that.
Absolutely.
Our education system is our number one enemy on that.
Well, it is. It's our prosperity. It's destroying our prosperity, which is our children.
It's poisoning our children against those ideals.
Yeah, and we have self-government. It just makes no sense to me why these school boards, I mean, for a lot of years, the government handpicked who the candidates could be. You had like almost Soviet-style elections where you can choose A or B that the governor picked. We finally got rid of that. So now anyone can be voted on these school boards, but they're still dominated by these far left interests that, allow these, pornographic materials and these insane curriculums, new math and everything else. Like they don't even teach cursive anymore. It goes on and on. You read what they teach about American history and they vilify our founding fathers.
And that's a lot of it is the school unions and the colleges who are putting out teachers with already this type of mentality. It's happening in upper education, and that upper education decides who gets to be teachers in our elementary education. And the really good conservative teachers probably have to lie on tests and everything else just to get their degree.
Oh yeah. The Johnson guy in Utah though is trying to take back the curriculum. He made a good point. It's not like it can happen overnight, but we've got to take back control of our schools, the teaching of our children. We've got to become more involved in what they're being taught, and then vote to make changes. We got to be more vocal, more involved.
Why hasn't the state taken notice of how many families have decided to go to homeschool? If that right there doesn't give you an idea, a slap in your face as a government to say, wait a minute, all these families are taking time out of their lives. Many women are staying home with their children to teach their own kids. We must be doing something wrong. Why? And they're losing money for every kid that leaves that school. Yeah. And goes into homeschooling. And we fought to have vote vouchers for homeschooling parents.
The government as a whole doesn't lose money and neither does the school district, because every year they still up your taxes, not once.
The school they still get money based on students in seats.
The school might lose that money.
Yeah, they do.
But the school district does not. The school district, when was the last time your property taxes went down?
Never.
Your property appointment to the school.
But what I'm saying is they know that kids are leaving in mass exodus. Now they're paying vouchers to parents who are homeschooling.
Probably
so they're still paying that.
Probably at 1/10 of what they steal from you.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a mixed edge with the vouchers. I mean, I support school choice, and and you're right. There's the per pupil expenditure. We spend a lot on education. Do we get the results?
No,
I mean,
we don't.
But with with a voucher, for example, which hasn't passed in Utah from what I understand, except for disabled kids.
Well, homeschooling kids are getting
Yeah,
financial assistance.
They
now.
get a voucher. I think it's, what is it, $8,000 a year?
8 or 11, something.
But the risk is that whenever you get government funding, they can attach strings.
Absolutely.
You know, and so I always thought a tax credit was a better way if you were going to let people keep their own money, maybe even make it so it can carry over year to year. You know, if you don't use your tax credit, maybe even do tax credits for like contributing to a scholarship funds. Like if grandparents want to contribute to a scholarship fund for, you know, for their kids or for whoever, allow a tax credit for that. So, I mean, there's a lot that can be done, but the bottom line is we've got to take back control of our education. It has to be friendly to our values as a nation, to our values as parents and families. I mean, that's what education is supposed to be. It's supposed to pass on the values, you know, of one generation to the next. And
at the very most, I would want it to reflect the values of our state, of our counties, of our cities, because why does it have to be a national footprint? Why aren't we as states deciding how and what values to teach our kids? Why do we need a Department of Education? That's ridiculous to me. They'll spend money on Ukraine to help support Ukraine, but they haven't protected our schools, both protected them or improved them. Our state spent $6 billion on education and then touted in the same breath, this was 2 governors ago, that we had a 11% graduation go up rate. Like we went up 11%. And I'm like, $6 billion for 11%? Why are you applauding that?
You could, you know what? I can give you 100%.
Yeah.
And I'll do it for half that.
And kids will come out not
I
reading
just need
and not
a decent
doing math
printer.
because they just do the very basics to survive to get out, and they're getting graduated. So it is a really, as a senator, I would hope that not only you would commit to auditing all of the federal departments, but getting prepared to write a law that says we don't need this. We don't need the federal education.
Oh, I'm all for getting rid of the Department of Education. The what's incredible to me is the amount that they fund education, like for example in Utah, is tiny. It used to just be a couple percent. Maybe it's up to like 10%. The last I heard it was like 7%. But they exercise so much control over what we do. Like these school boards fall over backwards to get these federal funds. Like they'll jettison all kinds of things and do all kinds of things that make no sense. Like in Pleasant Grove High School, okay, they have these litter boxes for people that identify as a
Do they really?
Pleasant Grove?
Yeah,
and you've seen
Utah
them?
County, Utah. Well,
I mean, because I've heard about them in Davis County, but I've never actually seen a proof of it. Now, this is the same school board that gets 75% of our property tax on top of whatever federal dollars they're asking for.
I want to interview the janitor.
It was janitors that came out in Davis that said, we are not cleaning litter boxes.
Yeah, that's who I want to interview.
So Pleasant Grove has them.
They have had in the past. I assume they still do. Oh. And it's like, why are we embracing just absolute insanity to get a few bucks from the federal government that aren't even constitutionally authorized? The Constitution doesn't authorize a role for the federal government in education. We're supposed to be like, the federal government is supposed to be defense and diplomacy.
So basically. What are they asking for from the federal government? Oh, we have cats now that we're teaching. We need more money.
It's probably under the new
to buy
Title
litter
9.
boxes.
Title 9 got changed 3 weeks ago in the dark of night. They changed it to Obama changed it and made it to where due process was stripped out of schools. And then Biden changed it to where
did they add gender?
Yes, they added the
absolute insanity.
The blending of, transgenders being allowed on sports, or you lose federal funding. Now, those are probably going to mostly hit colleges, but there's no reason that won't bleed down to your high schools.
Well, and when do we start standing up and trying something different?
Thank you. It's called insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And that's what I've said to every single school board person running for this office. What are you going to do differently? Because what they're doing doesn't work.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with others? You got to get others on board with you to come along and get out of this ideology, because we are placating to mental illness. And that is a problem. We cannot tell our kids who have a mental illness that, and I'm a religious person. So for me, God doesn't make mistakes. If you don't like the body you're in, we need to figure it out. You wouldn't take an anorexic to a doctor and say, she thinks she's fat. Can you take a couple limbs off so she'll lose some weight? You wouldn't do that. That is a mental illness that needs to be addressed. And that person needs lots of attention and counseling to get used to being in the body they're in, whatever weight they are. But that, again, it's a body dysmorphic disorder. And transgenderism fell right into that same disorder 5-6 years ago.
Well, I think there's a lot of, frankly, child abuse that happens by government officials, by these school officials. Like when they're promoting, a student that has transgender concerns, they're not notifying parents.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is happening in Utah, probably, but I know it's happening in other states where they don't notify parents. They're counseling them, basically advising them to maybe do gender, transition surgery or whatever. Basically, that's child abuse to me.
They're grooming them. Here, I'll keep a change of clothes for you so you can change when you get to school and be a boy. We'll call you by a boy's name. We won't tell your parents. And meanwhile, the parents, like he's always said, the parents have the gun to their head to pay that kid's insurance, to make sure that kid is in school, to clothe them, to feed them, to take care of them. And the state comes in and goes, oh, but we'll handle your child. The child belongs to us because your child thinks they have a different body.
Any damage done in our care will be paid by you.
But I'm serious.
Exactly.
We have to start going after these people for child abuse. They're violating state laws in how they're treating children, what they're trying to do to children. Same with, like they talk about the drag story hour and stuff like that. Well, is that a sexually oriented business? And is that child abuse? On the immigration front, you basically have these non-governmental organizations that are conspiring to break our law. They're systematically conspiring to break our law. We should be going after that.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's that's human trafficking. Why are we not shutting those organizations down?
Because they're undocumented Democrats. That's why.
Well, and some of it's even government funded, like U.S. government funded, but that's okay. Go after those bureaucrats in the U.S. government who are also conspiring with these human traffickers, with the drug cartels. We have to start enforcing the laws that we have. In so many cases, it's not that we need new laws.
Right.
We just need to apply and enforce the ones that we have. And so often the courage to do that is lacking. I was on the American Fork City Council. When people would go to the meetings, I'd get a lot of positive feedback, but a lot of the people on the council, they didn't like all the questions I asked. It's like, well, why not? We're supposed to ask questions about what we're spending money on and what we're doing. So a lot of times I was kind of a lone voice on some of these things, but the people that were in the meetings, so often they'd come up after and just say, I really appreciated what you're saying, what you're doing. I share this just as it's an example. I have the courage to vote my conscience, which is important if you're going to be in the U.S. Senate. You have to be willing to stand up for your beliefs, for your values, for what you believe in.
Well, the senator you're trying to be partners with, Mike Lee, he has stood alone on many, many votes, maybe Rand Paul, maybe Ted Cruz, but he's one of the most famous senators in the country for that reason. And a lot doesn't get done because he can't get the backing from other senators. Now, you said something that was interesting. You want to vote your conscience. I appreciated that until I heard it come out of Mitt Romney's mouth. And he said it about Trump being indicted. What was he? Impeached. He said, well, I have the right to vote my conscience. On that case, you don't. You're a jurist. You are supposed to vote based on the evidence presented, not on how you feel about the person. So when you say you want to vote your conscience, a lot of that, I know what you're saying. You want to stick to your values and stand alone if you are standing alone. But I think you won't be. I think a lot of people are trying to elect senators, Congress people who are willing now to upset the apple cart. And in this case, upsetting the apple cart, folks, is as simple as going back to the traditions and the Constitution and logic. And it's sad, but it's true.
Yeah, we've really got to get back to the basics of our country because
Really?
they're pretty neglected.
So you have served the country in the military, and then you became a city council member. And I know you've entered a few races and didn't win.
Yeah.
Which, so did Lincoln. And I love that you keep going. I mean, it's that important to you. I think that's incredible.
Thank you. I mean, I'll be on the ballot. It's up to voters whether they vote or not. I'll be on the November ballot, and that means I have a chance. People say, well, as a third party, do you have a chance? It's like, well, my name's on the ballot.
Right.
People can vote for it.
Remember, Lincoln was technically a third party candidate.
Yep. And lost twice prior.
You know, you mentioned Romney, and like we've had so many instances where we think we've elected like a more conservative House or whatever with the Tea Party movement, for example.
Yeah.
But then we get betrayed by our leadership. And it's the same thing in Utah. Like we have this establishment Republican mentality in Utah too. It's killing us. It's killing our state. And you see that like our state is way more liberal than you would think it would be. And so like,
well, I would argue that, not to offend, I'm not a Republican, so I can argue this, that the party in Utah is more protectionist than liberal. I wish that we understood what the word liberal means as it comes from Locke, but our
classical liberals, good.
yes, that's what I am. But the Republican Party seems to be protectionist. We have a lot of Republicans that go into our state Senate and sign in laws that shut down small businesses. And they do that over and over to protect contractors, large contractors and developers. And that's sadly what our state tends to do.
Well, the Republican name is what gets you the win in Utah. So
Bingo.
then he says protection. They're protecting the R while doing a lot of what the Democrats would do.
Yeah, but if you're a Democrat and you're in Utah, you're going to run as a Republican if you want to win.
Exactly.
Unless you're in the corridor. And then you're going to run as a Democrat, and you better be as hard left. A Democrat in the corridor, you need to have it would help if you carried a red book and had a goofy mushroom haircut.
Okay. What does that mean?
It's
A
Mao.
mushroom. Oh. What are you talking about? Sim Gill again? Because you know that gets my cockles up when you talk about Sim Gill.
Well, anyway, my campaign slogan is break the uniparty.
Brilliant.
We've got to do something different. Like
especially in DC.
We can't keep having like, a conservative House, but then that has this liberal House Speaker that sides with Democrats every single time. I mean, the Democrats, they get the squad, they get what like 6 like radical progressives in there, Omar, AOC, whoever. There's not that many of them, right? A handful. And Nancy Pelosi, as House Speaker, like bends over backwards to make sure that their ultra liberal leftist agenda gets, implemented basically. Definitely a big part of what the House did under her. And yet you get like a couple hundred Republicans elected, Tea Party, Freedom Caucus, like large numbers of House members that want to make change. And again and again and again, their leadership betrays
the
them.
American people got rid of Nancy Pelosi with their votes, got rid of her being the House Speaker, gave the majority to the Congress, to the Republicans. And you're absolutely right. Where our Freedom Caucus stands up, but they're ignored.
Yeah, I mean, it was Paul Ryan, it was John Blaine or whatever before.
John Boehner.
And and now I was hopeful with Mike Johnson and stuff. And I guess maybe the jury's still out a little bit. But
I think it's that CIA vape mist-filled room that changes everybody's mind on what they say before they get there.
I mean, they did the CRs, the continuing resolutions that they said they wouldn't do. They,
Look at me. I didn't do it.
I didn't look at you.
I
just shook my head because, look, personally promised. And I'm telling you, the CIA takes them in that vape mist-filled room and they show them the other angles of the Zapruder tape and boom, they vote for the CIA every time. And the CIA was there in the destruction of everything we've got going on. They were there supporting the feminists to get women in the workforce so that they got your kids and extra tax dollars every time.
I mean, I think there's a role for foreign intelligence, but
sure.
I don't think our foreign intelligence agency should be undermining our values or our country. Plus, let's talk about the Monroe Doctrine. We've had the CIA involvement in Central and South America for decades, and yet somehow all these Central and Latin American countries keep going openly communist.
Well,
Venezuela right now is openly communist.
And
Yeah.
then our country decides when and where to take out their leaders when they become too much of a dictator that we actually install in there. It's insane to me.
It's
Gaddafi, for example.
I would love foreign intelligence if foreign intelligence would do some foreign intelligencing. We had that whole big 2 airplanes flew into a couple buildings and hit the Pentagon. And you know what? That day, the CIA and the FBI should have been torn down because they failed us. They failed us in a big way that set us on economic ruin.
They're doing it right now. All of our flight protectors, what are they called?
Oh,
The air marshals?
The air marshals have been pulled to go to the border and help make sandwiches. And then you've got all the people protecting our buildings now pulled to go assist with the border. This is insane. It's like a disaster is waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And another 9/11 could happen like that. And it'll be our government's fault.
Here's the big question. I listened to a CIA or an FBI agent talk about this. An ex, he was actually a part of the DC field office. And he says he's concerned that we're going to see stuff happen because they pulled all the FBI agents to go and make sure that Christians aren't terrorists. And he says we pulled out of where we should be watching instead of having a broad spectrum looking at every group, whether we've got a terrorist organizations here or building up or infiltrating, or maybe it's Chinese soldiers coming across our southern border. They all got pulled to be watching Catholic churches at like the pre-Vatican II or things like that. And he says, I'm concerned as a retired FBI agent that we're missing actual threats.
And how many actual threats involve the FBI?
Oh, well,
We get into it, and the threat on
12 out of
on
18
the governor
at
when she
Whitmer.
was Whitmer, and
How many were
all
there
these
on
different
January
ones
6th?
that FBI is infiltrated into a lot of these threats, and they're probably getting people hyped up to commit them. I mean, when there are that many FBI involved in these little type of things, that comes from the top.
Yeah.
That type of stuff comes from the top. Those people are appointed. That's why I think FBI agents, they don't go into it to be scoundrels. They go into it because they want to fight freedom, and they want to be law enforcement officers. And hi, Mom. And they also want to be exceptional members of society. And then they get these orders or these rules set down on them. And I think that's why if you dissolve the FBI into local sheriff's departments all over the country where they answer to the sheriff, you wouldn't have these middle of the night no-knock warrants.
CSPOA, Constitutional Sheriff and Peace Officers Association, great group.
Awesome.
Good.
Yep.
And my dad was with the Fraternal Order of Police, which he
Awesome.
actually brought to Utah, which is exciting. I'm huge law enforcement, and it's police week right now, so I'm extra sensitive.
We got 7 minutes left. I know you've got to get out of here because you've got a birthday party to get to, and we don't want to keep you, but I really want to dig into the traditional money. Now you brought in an example of how
one of my favorite presents
to have
I've
a
ever
traditional currency to the people. And I think when we walk you out, I'm going to point a camera over and set it on the table so that we can show them nice and big. And I do want to start advertising this stuff on the show.
Yeah, because if this could work, I mean, and if these guys want to be a part of the show,
even if you just want to store some money,
we'd be happy to advertise.
Even if you want to store some wealth, I should say, not money. If you want to store some wealth, it's an ideal way to do it because it's much more feasible than even buying those little silver chits.
Is there a bank that backs them?
Kind of. There's so Alpine Gold kind of does the exchange. They'll cash them back for paper money too, and you can create an account with UPMA. Let's talk afterwards because I could help you get set up with some things that I think you would really like.
We would love to advertise them. We'd love
into this because it's actual spendable.
Yeah, and
at least I know how much it's worth.
And
right?
it's storable and it's beautiful. I mean, you frame it and hang it on the wall. But I want to go into, as a senator, You talked about supporting Audit the Fed, that
Yeah.
the great Dr. Ron Paul, Saint Paul, we should call him now. Is Saints higher than Doctor? I think Saints
Rand
are
or Ron?
Ron.
Okay. So
Ron is the God Pauler. Anyways, he brought in.
Just make that up.
Yeah,
That's
I did.
great.
It come out of right off the back of my face. Anyways, he started that Audit the Fed, and he got shut down a lot. And there were a handful of senators that got on board, including Bernie Sanders, believe it or not, got on board.
Yeah.
But what are some other steps that as a senator you would be able to take to try to reinforce us having money that doesn't inflate away from the people?
Yeah, well, I think a big one is I would like to introduce legislation that so the gold and silver coins that the U.S. Mint produces, they're stamped, they're backed by the U.S. government. They're basically currency. They're stamped with a face value. Like on a silver dollar, it's $1. On a gold eagle, it's $20.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a face value. But if you take it into the bank and, a gold eagle is basically 1 ounce of pure gold, 99.99% pure gold, guaranteed by the government. But they stamp a $20 face value on there. I would like to introduce legislation where if you go into a bank with that, they have to give you the actual value, not the $20, but the $2,500
the value of
that coin is actually worth.
Yeah.
And right now
or they better start cutting that coin with a lot of zinc.
You can't buy that coin for $20, can you?
$2,500. Well,
if it's worth that much.
No, you can't buy it for $20. No, the face value, no.
But here's $20. Give us the coin.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's a disconnect. And the laws are actually in place. Like the law says there has to be a silver dollar. That's our currency. The law says that the government has to maintain parity between silver and gold as far as the exchange value. We just aren't following the laws that we have. But I think that would be a great way, though. A lot of people are interested in gold right now. Like Costco selling over $200 million worth of gold, just in their store, bullion that people are interested in.
China's buying every bit it can.
But I think that's like a lot of people think, look at the spot market, what's gold going for, and then do a conversion to paper notes. And I say, no, let's do it the other way. Let's say, okay, we've got 20 gold dollars here. How much money has the Fed printed and pushed into the economy that has then inflated? That's why everything's more. That's why gas is more. That's why food's more, because we pushed all that money that we printed into the economy from all those COVID stipends.
And at the same time, shut down businesses.
Yeah.
So we restricted supply and increased demand and increased availability of currency. I mean, it was the dumbest moves we could have made. We ran headlong into a brick wall.
Yeah. That's just one example of something we could do. I know we have a very short amount of time, but some of the stuff we were talking about before, we have to realize that there's Gadiantons. Like we live in a time where there's actual people that want to destroy our country. Mm-hmm. They want to destroy our government. And so when we talk about the government, being corrupt or being bad or whatever, to me, it's not that the government is bad. We need government. It's a necessary evil, as the founding fathers said. Otherwise, you have anarchy and chaos. And we've seen that lately in some of our cities like Portland and Seattle.
But those guys want more government. I have a hard time with that argument because all those black mass little morons, they want more government.
Well, I'm not saying they don't want
more. They
more.
want ultimate government. They want Stalin in charge.
Ultimately, after anarchy comes tyranny. There's cycles, and you go through it. Well, after anarchy, that's what you typically get.
These people aren't educated to understand that. They don't know what they want until there's a government coming in and telling them what they can and can't do.
But my point is just we need to make a distinction between government being bad versus there being corrupt elements within our government that are using government for evil purposes. Fair. Our government, our framework is sound. The U.S. Constitution is sound. A lot of our laws, even still, are very sound. We're not enforcing them, but we need to identify and root out these corrupt elements that are abusing our government. They're, and some of these departments are just totally taken over or compromised, it seems, but they can be rooted out. And that's what we need to do to get back to where we need to be.
I agree with you. The Constitution is a near perfect document if it's implemented properly by people with a moral compass. And that's what we're losing. We're losing the morality of people, and that document can't be enforced properly and isn't being enforced properly, except for whoever it works for. But there's so many laws that have recently been in place that violate our first, our fourth, our second. I mean, all these, and yet we're sitting here going, hey, you can't do this. What are you doing? This is against my constitutional rights. Well, how are you going to fight the government?
Right.
And how do you not go broke doing it? So I think you're doing the right thing. Is you're trying to put your money where your mouth is. You're actually going to enter a race where you actually are one of 100 people that could actually affect change. And you're willing to. I mean, you're going to look at us and you're going to look out to our audience. And I'm sure the many other people you've met with, and you're going to make a promise that what you say here and what this website says is who you are and what you'll do if elected.
Right.
Because we've all lost faith in those we've elected. I'm a Republican and I've lost faith in a lot of electeds because they change when they get there. And I don't know if they're threatened in that dark room by the CEA or CIA. I don't know if they all of a sudden get rich overnight and they like it. I don't know what happens to them, but I hope that good men and women who are willing to run for the seat will keep their promise and actually fix this.
Well, I could use help. If people are willing to put up yard signs, you can go to my site. At the bottom, it has a volunteer section. You can volunteer to put up a yard sign to host.
Do you want to share your screen so people can see? Also, guys, he has a donate button. Races like this are expensive. And I know that if you like what you've heard today and you want to talk to Carlton, I'm sure that you do town halls and things. Yep. Zoom via. Please, reach out to me. Let me know when you're doing a town hall. We'll advertise it. If you do a Zoom town hall, we'll, I won't do it on our party pages, of course, but privately, I'm happy to assist you, at least get the word out. I think it's important that people get educated about their candidates before they go to the polls.
Absolutely.
And I love that you're supporting Donald Trump just because his policies helped a lot.
They helped
our community and our country a lot.
Tried and true. You never know what a second term will bring, but I'm hopeful. But I know what the first one brought.
Right, and you see what's happened. Just the mere thought of him running again. Now they're trying to put him in prison.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And under all these, old statutes and everything. At the top of his website is very interesting. I mean, it's a lot of great information to learn about him. We didn't even get into all of it. But right there at the top right is his donate button. If you've got $5, if you've got 10, if you've got more, every candidate needs your help. And every candidate, if you can't afford to donate, please offer to volunteer, put up a yard sign, get to know the candidate and maybe talk to your neighbors about him. For anyone that just can't vote for Biden or can't vote for whoever's running, you have options. I mean, there's always options. And to have an independent that you're basically, I mean, no offense if this isn't offensive to you, but you're basically talking about my party platform in its most basic sense. And it's sad that it's not as common sense for even Republicans who support the platform, who claim to. And yet you are talking about the very things that our platform believes in.
Right.
But you're doing it. And I see your little feet on your pin. What's the age of the feet?
10 weeks.
10 weeks. And so you're definitely pro-life. And I love that because every soul matters and every gift from God is a soul. And I think
absolutely
that's amazing. 10 weeks is how little toes, fingers, nose at 10 weeks in gestation.
It's not a clump of cells. It's a person.
Absolutely. I love it. We need to get you back on here.
Yeah.
When you have more time.
We're happy to give you as much traction as we can. So we'll have you back on before time to run.
If you do a town hall or something with your community, invite us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd love to do one out here in Tooele.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I can somewhat help you as far as putting you in touch with people. We want to make sure it's welcome. Do you have a list of folks?
She's the Republican chairperson, so she can do whatever you do. Don't call this number and schedule this thing.
Right. This place may or may not be available, but are you a member of the Chamber of Commerce or anything?
I'm not. You could wait until after the Republican primary to see if the Republican selected candidate in the convention is actually the Republican nominee or not. And then
That would be my hope.
that would be your hope and expectation, right? But if for some reason that's not the case, maybe as a Republican, it would be okay to support, since the person that the Republicans actually selected, if that person's not the nominee, maybe it's okay to support someone else then.
Well, and we can do it from the basis of political head trauma, because
Yeah.
I wear two hats. And for us, we could talk to our contacts and say, hey, could we borrow this building? As long as you have your contacts, you invite, we'll advertise for you on this channel. And I'm happy to even make phone calls and stuff to get people from our county out. At the very least, I want people to get to know who the people are on the ballot.
Awesome.
And I'm politically Gentile,
Yeah,
so
he's
I
the
can do
opposite
whatever
of
I
me. I'm political. He's the opposite. He's like, no, not having any party. You're not selling me on this. So
Yeah.
that's why we work.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for this.
Hey,
opportunity.
thank you. We'll be back in a minute. We're going to walk him out real quick.
That's Carlton Bowen, folks.
Yep.
And I'm just already impressed with this whole gold standard idea and the fact that the ability to spend actual gold could be something that'll keep our money worth something,
Mm-hmm.
in which it's going far quickly.
Yep. And we'll be back in, I don't know, give us 2 minutes. Then we'll talk news until 4 p.m. when Paul Miller comes
And if you
on.
do a donation, make it monthly.
Monthly. Yeah, there you go. Keep
That's
it
nice.
keep it rolling. Everyone, this Carlton Bowen, go check out his website.
Anything you want to say at the end?
Yeah.
Just thank you.
You're very
Thanks
welcome.
for your time and your consideration.
Thank you
You're
for running.
very welcome. Yes.
It's not an easy feat.
We'll be right back.
look way short in the back? Because it looks short to me in the back.
I don't know. I think your hair looks fantastic.
Oh, that's
Everyone,
awesome.
we're back. We're talking hair. But yeah, so it's Carlton Bowen.
Thanks for sticking with us through the break, guys. We don't usually have everyone in person, but it's such a gift when we do. It's so nice to sit down and actually look them in the eyes and talk to them. And I was glad we did. So do check out Carlton Bowen's website.
Yes.
Carlton, I put it in the show notes. Carlton 4 USSenate.com.
Yep. And I don't know. We've got almost an hour, 50 minutes to chat news.
Can I tell you?
So bring it on.
I just saw that the lady that was the lady that was arrested for singing outside of the abortion clinic.
Mm-hmm.
I think she got 5 years
in
prison. What are you in for?
Well,
I murdered 3 people. What are you in for? I sang outside, not in the property of, off site.
Yeah. And they're hitting her with what? Restricting access, probably something like that. That's what I was talking about. The FBI, this FBI agent talked about, he was on another podcast and he does his own show. I should have remembered his name, but he said, since Trump got elected, the FBI turned hard against Christianity, trying to get at Trump. And then Biden got in and they doubled down. And so we've got an FBI that's not paying attention to all this flux of Chinese military age single males coming into the country, almost as if they were supported and brought here by the UN, which, boy, that's number one on the chopping block in my mind.
The UN is part of Utah too.
Do
people even know that? There's one other base. There's one in New York, and there's an office here in Utah, and I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, that's because, anyways.
Does it have something to do with the religious affiliation here, or
I think if they can trap an ultra conservative religion that's all located in one area and takes its marching orders from one building that's within the United States, that's probably why the Mormon church has become a goal. Because the Catholics, how's the FBI going to go over and take the Vatican? Besides, the Vatican already belongs to the UN. We've seen how that's gone. But he's talking about the FBI has turned against Christians so hard, and white supremacists, there's been so many white supremacist evildoers done. I mean, they've been out there committing atrocities that, I'm telling you, right now we're in a coordinated takeover of the United States. But it's I wanted to bring up, and Holly's got the fingernails to prove it. It's National Police Week. Is that right?
It is.
Look at that. She's
yesterday was the police officer memorial.
You need to hold them out like this so they can see them. Yeah, she's got lovely blue and black. My
amazing nail girl, Candy. I designed these with her, and they're my favorite. They're in honor of my daddy and all those that are lost. Every year in DC, the Honorary Policeman's Memorial happens, and it actually starts early on. It ends with the memorial, which was yesterday on the Capitol lawn. But the whole week leading up to that is just amazing. They do a candlelight vigil. They name all the officers that we've lost in the year 2023.
Well, we just had that one officer.
That one will be on the wall and mentioned next year.
We just had that one officer,
Santa Quinn,
and that Santa Quinn police officer, and that story is insane. Just insane. I'm gonna center you on the everything for a minute. I've got to, but the truck driver, here's what I understand of the story. So the truck driver got pulled over for
can I
someone reported
his name?
Yeah.
His name was Sergeant Bill Hooser.
Hooser or Hoser?
It's Hooser.
Yeah. Anyways, so
Santa Quinn, Utah Highway Patrol.
Another Another driver called and reported this car that there was someone standing on the back of the truck. Is that correct?
I don't know.
This is what I read, that someone else, and if Fred hops on here, he might know more. And so they pulled him over, and it was kind of a gentle stop. Then the truck driver hauled butt away, had a girl kidnapped in his truck, first of all, and then pulled away, turned around, came back, and then struck the officer. Like he purposely did this. It's insane.
Can you see my nails better?
There we go.
Zoom in on me. I've got the police flag
There you go.
there. And again, that's my girl Candy. She does them. The police flag and then a heartbeat here. And it's hard to see. I'll have to make a picture, but I do these in honor of my dad every single May and usually June because that's his birthday and Father's Day. But I think that supporting law enforcement is something that's very, very important to me. And I know that a lot of you out there have family members that have law enforcement in your family. And it's not easy being a child or a wife or a husband of a police officer, because every goodbye could be the last. And I think you know that from a very young age as a kid when your person is in law enforcement, and it's your nightmare. And the beauty of going to DC for this memorial, they've got the police memorial wall. So it's like the Vietnam Memorial Wall, where they engrave the names of those lost, and all of Utah's officers are on there. And they do this amazing week of celebration with all the law enforcement. It's usually about 20,000 officers. There's a whole ride across the country that they end in DC on Police Week. And it's a fundraiser. All of the families of the fallen are there, and they get to walk for their officer. And the President of the United States comes. I've been there under Bush, Clinton, Trump, well, under Obama as well. But Donald Trump was the one that during that police week, I bet there were 40,000 cops there. It had doubled. And he got a 5-minute standing ovation. It was unbelievable. My kids got to see that, and we got to see him. And then the FOP let my kids and I walk for my dad when he had passed. And it was really exceptional because my father didn't die in the line of duty, but they always honor officers who retired, who have fallen, and they chose my dad to honor that year. So it's very, very special. And the fallen families get so much good attention, and they fundraise for them. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful ceremony on the day of. So I know that the Realtors Convention and a lot of other conventions happen in DC during Police Week. I recommend any one of you that ever get to be there, go to the police memorial. It's always on the 15th of May, the week leading up to it, where they have the candlelight visual the night before. There's this huge blue ray of light they shoot into the sky, and they read all the names, and it's absolutely amazing. So I highly recommend it.
How many names are on that wall now?
I don't know how many names I could find out.
Yeah. Well, and another thing I want to talk about, did you watch the raid on P. Diddy's home?
No.
That was crazy. So they're raiding P. Diddy's home. We're talking probably 30 officers in full tactical gear, pointing long guns at his teenage sons. And I'm just like, we do have an issue with every time law enforcement goes, not law enforcement, federal law enforcement does something now, they try to make a production out of it, and they try to look as hardcore as they can.
This one is tough for me because if the accusations are trafficking, I could see there being a need to get in there before someone is killed.
Sure.
Or something like that.
Sure.
But you're right. There's always a big production about it.
One, if they had information that someone was being held hostage in there, gun to their head, that's how you show up.
Right.
If they're doing a
But I
raid
don't know if they knew or
to
not.
see what's in there, they go in like that. I think it's just a production, just like when they went after
Oh,
Trump for
what if they find
Mar-a-Lago.
nothing and
just like
it's just to bring P.
Well,
Diddy down?
Harvey Weinstein got out.
His was on technicalities, though.
Sure, it's on technicalities because, again, a New York judge kind of went haywire and did what they
This whole
wanted.
case against Trump is probably
It's the
going to throw out
same
because of
thing.
technicalities after the election,
And
though.
I
mind
don't
you.
think they care if it gets thrown out. They just
just want
want
it.
him occupied.
So, as far as the DC wall, that 282 officers were killed in the line of duty last year and were added to the wall. 282. And it's a 304-foot long limestone wall, and it contains more than 24,000
Ooh,
law enforcement names.
that's a lot of people.
It is, and it grows every year. And the sad part is, 15, 20 years ago, the 282 names, I mean, we're talking far less officers were killed years and years ago. And it just keeps going up. And when you don't have law and order in your country's lost.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely.
But this is something, again, it's a beautiful display. I highly recommend going, but it's even more beautiful when it's Police Week there and they're honoring the officers, because it's the FOP and COPS and a lot of organizations make this happen. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's heavy stuff.
So
Heavy stuff. So
this woman getting 5 years,
yeah,
to me, it blows my mind. It's like the Jan 6ers. Do you realize there's been 5 January 6ers who have committed suicide?
really.
And one recently just did.
Oh,
Can you imagine losing everything, your job, your home, and every time they raise money or do these GoFundMes to help them fight their legal cases or whatever, all of a sudden the government or the court implements a fine that just happens to be the exact same amount of money that was raised for them. They can never get out from underneath this.
it is the January 6th. Okay. The January 6th was a trap. It was a trap set to make conservatives and Trump supporters look bad. And sadly, the conservatives and Trump supporters who were there fell into it.
Yeah.
They dug the pit, they stuck the poo-covered punji sticks in it, and then they covered it with leaves, and then they hung a nice medium rare steak above it. And everyone went for that steak. And that's my concern right now, is that the conservatives are going to fall for stuff again and again. And that's how the conservative mindset, the patriot mindset, is going to get shut down in the United States. And my message out there to you, conservative minded people, is don't fall for that stuff. Sit back, quit interrupting your enemy while they're making mistakes, because that's what happened. Is they made that mistake all through the summer of 2019 and 2020. And next thing you know, you fell in and just overrode all that. Don't do that again. If you go to watch Trump speak, when he's done speaking, clean up the area and go home. Don't go to try to yell in the face of media. Don't go and try to yell at elected officials. Don't do any of that. Clean it up. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We were here. We showed our support, and then go home.
Well, and look
Or
how
go
many
to
people
country.
started the drama, and the people filming were like, he's not one of us. This is Antifa, when he's breaking the window. And they're like, Antifa, why are you covering your face? Like when you see that at a protest you're doing, oh my gosh, the fastest thing to do is either get on top of that person or get
Don't touch
there.
that person, because you might get molesting a federal officer charge.
Oh, geez.
Don't touch that
Just
person.
get the hell out of there.
Just say, you know what? Why are we standing here at the Capitol? Trump is speaking a couple blocks down. Let's go down there and then let's go hit a buffet.
That wasn't how it worked. The whole plan, they had all of the right paperwork filled out, which you have to protest on Capitol
and
grounds.
don't do it.
But they were down at the other place where Trump was. And then even in Trump's speech, he says, I know you're headed to the Capitol next and you're going to the Capitol next. Because they also had that place reserved and had all the paperwork signed. They should have never gone to the Capitol.
Nope.
The first second they saw someone being out of line, they should have all backed up.
Just leave.
And got off that property ASAP.
Let me tell you.
Look now. Everybody who was even in DC now has an air marshal following them around. And they didn't even have to be part of
and
the
now
protest.
the air marshals aren't babysitting the airplanes.
Nope.
Let me put it like this. Again, everyone, if you haven't read Sun Tzu, everyone should. But never let your enemy choose the battlefield. And by going in front of the Capitol, you marched into the enemy's battlefield. Never let your enemy choose it.
Who's Laurie?
Something, I don't know.
On the screen.
Oh, that's from the Humna Humna.
Well, Humna Humna looks like it's my name.
Yeah. That's from the other show. There's a lot of stuff I got to change, and I missed stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are the producer extraordinaire.
Well, I don't know about that. Anyways, but yeah, don't let
your enemies choose the battlefield. And what's sad though, those people probably didn't even realize who their enemy even was. I mean, nowadays we know, but back then it was the perfect storm. Perfect storm.
Don't
Democrats.
go to their area and protest. Go to a field and have a march. And you know what? Take video of it yourself. Don't even invite the media. Pop up a couple of live stream cameras and just let it roll. And don't say anything objectionable to anyone except for the stuff that, and the Fed. That's not objectionable. That's something we should be doing.
Why aren't you protesting in the key states that had really weird situations during the vote count and had all those votes come out in the middle of the night? Why aren't you in Atlanta, as Arizona, the places that had those, protesting outside of their county buildings, outside of their county clerk's offices?
I just want to say,
in DC, that's a left-wing trap.
We should have looked at, the conservatives should have looked at how much support did BLM lose during those Summer of Love. They lost all their support.
Yeah, but they already had the money.
It went from like 65% to 3%. And they should have looked and said, oh, that's how you turn people away from you. Let's not do that. They
had the money by then.
Doesn't matter if they had the money.
And they'd made all that money before those protests.
They lost their support. They caused a vacuum for their support. So the conservative says, oh, well, here's what happened is the people, the group, be it federal or not, that supported Joe Biden went out and said, let's set up the same thing because our positive guys lost their support. Let's make sure the guys that aren't on our side lose theirs. And that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly what happened. And that's the battle cry of the left right now. And every time you talk to any one of them, you can talk to any one of them about anything, about something real. We can say, hey, you guys are letting a whole bunch of people across the border that's really impacting the city you live in. It's hurting. And they just go, January 6th. And they cry. And they clutch their pearls and their buttholes slap shut. And that's just what they do every time.
Can I just
don't give them that opportunity? That
when you're, and this is words to live by, if you're ever at a protest, no matter how well put together it is, no matter what the point is, if it's a pro-life rally, if it's a pro-Trump rally, the second you see pallets set up somewhere with bricks, get the hell out of there. The pallets showed up at bricks at these colleges where they're peacefully protesting and taking over buildings and in college campuses and threatening Jewish students and threatening the college themselves. And pallets of bricks are there. If that doesn't tell you there is an organization behind the scene, just waiting for the moment to strike in your name, under your protest, so it'll be your fault. That's happening everywhere.
What if George Soros doesn't support the left-wing maneuvers? What if George Soros really just owns a brick making company? And he's like, I know how to make rich.
Well, he's not making money because he's not selling them. They're giving away.
Or maybe he owns
and the bus lines.
Maybe he owns a glass company, a glass repair company.
Can you guys actually imagine? These people are making their salaries off of violent protesting. Someone is busing them into these colleges. These kids don't even go to these colleges, a lot of them. And they're causing all this drama and all this havoc, and they're paid protesters.
I've got to apologize to rural Erda. It looks like that or I got an alert 3 times that they approved it. I did not send it 3 times.
Well, your other producer is sending.
Is that on his list?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going off of mine. So any of the local places that advertise, like the private groups that you advertise to, I may not be a member of.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I did not mean for that to get sent 3 times. But anyways.
So I'm back at it again. And we have someone for Congress.
We have House 1 and House 2.
Paul Miller. Okay. And then we have someone, Tyler Murset.
Murset, yes.
He's unaffiliated. Is he an independent?
I don't know. It just says unaffiliated.
Okay. So I thought maybe we had school board on again. Because here's what I'm going to say. You and I both are so irritated by our education system, especially in the federal government's clause in it.
Can we rename it to uneducation system?
Yeah. So with that in mind, our local school boards around here, the ones controlling the districts, have the most power. I'm begging someone to convince me otherwise, because if our state legislators create laws and they send those laws to the state education board, the board's job then is to implement the standards from those laws and then feed them to the districts. And Camille was on the show, was paying attention. Camille, if you're still on, please comment on this, because you would know better than anyone.
Your mom says something there. The people showing up are not kids. They are adults, all of them.
Absolutely right. And a lot of these people, and you're talking about in the colleges, they're not only adults, but they're not, you can be an adult going to college. They don't go to that college.
They're not students.
And
at
always
that
look
college.
for the people wearing their face masks. That's all by design.
I say cut and dry. You make it a law that protest all you want, but the minute you wear a mask, you're going to be put in handcuffs and processed.
Absolutely, because that's no different than walking into a bank. No one knows you're trying to hide your identity.
Make it a crime that if you wear a mask at a protest, that's an offense. I know that sounds rough, and you're not going to get charged, but you're going to be processed. It's an investigatable offense. Make it a law that if you're going to wear a mask at a protest, we're going to fingerprint you. We're going to find out who you are. We'll release you right away, but we're going to do all that.
So here's what I get. So the school board puts these standards in place, and they then trickle down to the local school boards. The local school boards are not a partisan race, so they're not in these Republican, Democrat races. These are moms and dads who have joined their local school board with the intent, hopefully, to make their child's experience and your child's experience better at school. But why on earth is there any question as to how they interpret these laws and standards? That we're all not on the same page. They seem to have the most power of everyone, because they may read the standard up by the state school board and go, well, that's not how I took it. So it is okay that we allow, furries to dress up at school. It is okay that we allow this, this, and this. There's a disconnect, people. There's a disconnect between all of these branches, all in the name of good. But I'm so sick of the fear. This is all happening in your school. And then when we get down to it, how many of us know who's even running for school board? The ones that actually affect the district your children are in. How many of us know? I almost want them to be partisan races so that parties are be involved and parties are either vetting candidates. Somebody's vetting these candidates. Now, when Camille Knutson ran for our local school board, she was the first ever that I know of school district person that would ask to come to our meetings, come to our meet and greets so she could meet with delegates. She wasn't coming as a Republican or a Democrat. She was coming as an interested candidate who was running for the local school board. And I was so amazed at that because I'd never seen it before and I haven't seen it since. And yet that's exactly where our school board candidates should be going, to any local place where they can get to know the voters and find out what matters to them. Because I don't think voters know who's running.
And I think
I'm guilty. I don't even know who's running because I'm so involved in partisan races.
Voters need to show up to their local school board meetings more often. Just sit there and find out what's going on.
Well, if they don't want to get put on an FBI watch list.
Say you got a shady school board. They don't stay shady for long if you pack the house and everyone just sits there. But yeah, they have put them on FBI watch lists. And it's crazy. Gosh, man, that FBI agent, what he said, I was like, you know what? That's right. That's right. That our federal law enforcement hasn't paid attention to real threats. They hyperbolized a threat out of anyone who's Christian and focused all energy on that. So how many, China could have, I'm not saying they did, folks, could have marched divisions across our southern border and just have them lying in wait. Because our federal agency has turned their back on their duty to the people. And they've made it their duty to this special interest group or that special interest group. And they've turned away their duty to the people. They don't care about that anymore.
I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand. What does the end result look like for those who hate America and who think all this stuff happening is fine? What does the end look like? Do they
4
think
more years of Joe Biden?
Do they think, okay, but what does that look like?
It looks like
a tyrannical government.
Well,
then what?
Let me lay out
Even
this.
the left will have their toes stepped on under a tyrant.
Let me lay it out this way: there's a Canadian guy who wrote a book about this. It looks like. Will you let her out real quick?
What is she doing in here?
She's
a sneaky.
I know, she's ninja, and now mommy's home. If you open the door, she'll go out there because mommy's home. What it is we are national republic ideals. We want this republic where we maintain our freedoms. The big ones that everywhere else is under strike is the freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. And everywhere else is anti that. And those guys are international globalists. And that's why I'm sad to say the Democrat Party goes so hard against a general First Amendment and goes so hard against the right to bear arms, because that restricts our right to bear arms, reflects on Australia's right. I promise you, had we not had the rights we had to argue and fight the way we did, Australia would have went harder with their concentration camps.
I think you meant to say COVID camps.
Oh, yeah.
Camille says, Holly, my internet timed out for a minute. I didn't hear your whole question.
Okay.
So
it's Camille.
Knutson. She was one of our candidates we've had on recently, and she is an amazing citizen in this county. She has served on the school board locally, and she's just amazing. What I mentioned about you, Camille, is that when you were serving on the local, or you were running to serve on the local school board, which again is a nonpartisan race, you are the only candidate that I've ever experienced that asked if you could come to meetings and talk to people, answer questions, meet with people. This is well before you ran for the state. And I was so amazed because I think most people, including myself, don't know who's running for local school board. And that's my bad. I should totally know. But when it's not a partisan race, I get pretty overwhelmed with the races I'm working with. And yet I haven't seen it since you, Camille. And I think it's so important that these people running for local school board, something so powerful as the school board is on your local level, they don't talk to the voters. They're not out there campaigning. They're not hearing from voters, getting to know them. And Camille, you did that without being prompted in any way. And I was just telling the listeners that you're the only one that I've seen back then and since. And yet I can't think of a more important job than local school board and a more important opportunity to get in front of voters than getting with the two parties and get to talk to their people, both the Democrats and the Republicans, and find out what is important to parents from either side. And I just applaud you for doing that because I think it's lost anymore. What are you doing? Why am I so...
I'm jumping in. I've got to go check on him here. And
Okay.
so keep talking, Doris.
Okay, so I hope that you actually gained something from that, because I know you won that race, but I also know that a lot of it came from, people were intrigued that someone from our local school board was actually interested in what they had to say. And I think I gave you props for that. And I talk about it often when I bring up the local school board, that it's lost. I almost want to make it a partisan race so that voters kind of get an idea, but I understand why it's not. You don't really want the people who are making rules for your kids to be openly political one way or another all the time. But in this day and age, parties are at war. So I get that's a tough race, but I applaud you and I thank you for doing that. And I wish I had a phone screener because I would have you call in, because I just think it's highly important. And I look at how, my question too, Camille, is how does it get so lost in translation from legislature putting out their legislation for schools down to the state school board, who then has to create the standards, and those standards get put down to local school boards, and yet our schools can still be in such a mess. So she says, thank you. I think candidates need to be out more and talk with parents, but I struggle with it being partisan because you really have to work with everyone. Yeah. And I agree with that 100%. I think that your doctor, maybe your local school board, your school principal, there's some people that knowing their party shouldn't make a difference, and because they have to be looking out for everyone's best interests, and that's what it's about. And I agree with that. I just think that you went above and beyond, because a lot of regular voters don't even know who's running, and they just pick a name that's familiar. And I think that is showing itself to be a detriment, because you actually did the work, and I know you worked with everyone. So I applaud that. And I don't know what Jared's doing, but for this one-on-one, if you want to add anything, Camille, please do so. Or anyone else. You guys want to leave your messages? We are live now on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We're on X. We're on Facebook, Political Head Trauma. We can see your comments from all of those. So if you have any comments you want to leave, please do. And Camille, thank you for tuning in, and thank you for sharing your opinion on that. If you do know how it gets lost in translation, I would love to know. Because I know that the state school board has a lot of new standards that are coming out. And so I'm curious how there's a lot of fear that's being pushed in this election. And yet we've got the legislators, many of whom I've worked closely with, and I know the work they've done on this legislation regarding our education. And so that legislation has gone out to the school board. And so now they're creating the standards. And you say, I think the intent of legislation gets lost with too many chiefs and everyone telling local boards what to do, but the local board authority is very limited. That's interesting. So on the state's role, because my kids go to a school that we have the state school board is where we go. Our administrators and the board of our school is where we go. So as a parent, I feel very heard. And if I don't, my next step is the state school board. Whereas if my child's in public school, they go to administration. If they don't feel heard, then they go to the district school board. Is that correct? I just need to have you on again. And when you talk about too many chiefs, that's a lot. In fact, a lot of the legislators that put together these bills, they're working in groups. And then that bill goes to a committee to even get through to be voted on. And those legislators have a ton of people that are helping them with this bill, including school board members, including parent groups and parent advocate groups. Nicolene Peck, for example, she's got a ton of legislation that's gone through at the state level. Now, Nicolene is running to be Tooele City and part of Stansbury's House of Representative seat. And she's running. Tim Jimenez is not going to run next year, and she is running, but she's got so much experience in part of that, writing bills and getting legislation through. But again, it takes a lot of people to even get to committee. And we have a lot of legislative groups that are parent and education oriented and even lobbying at the Capitol during session. So you're going to write a bill, but not everything will make it in that bill. And there'll be compromises made in order to get past committee. And these things take time and effort and energy on behalf of every single person involved. So once that bill is made and voted on and it's gone down to the state school board, at that point, it's the state school board's job to create the standard based on that legislation. And by doing that, those standards then go down to the local school boards, the school districts. But that's why I asked myself, why are we having, you might have heard our guest say that Pleasant Grove High School had litter, I don't know if he said high school or middle school, but had litter boxes in them. Again, we've never seen proof of this. I've heard it's happened in Davis County. We haven't seen any absolute proof of this. So we're just kind of taking it, as we get it. And Camille says, I think that is good. But I mean, you have legislators, governor's office, and state school board all telling local boards to do different things. That is outrageous. There should be a chain of command that goes school board, local school board, to state school board, to legislator. I don't even see why the governor has to be involved at all. He either yays or nays the bill. So that's insane. You hear
Yes.
that? Everybody's got something to say to our locals. So that must be a very difficult job, because you have to not only appease the parents of the students that you're the board over, but you've got to appease the governor's office and the legislators and the state school board. Oh my goodness. See, we need to do another show with you just about this, because you've got way more knowledge than most. She says, I've never seen a litter box in a school. I don't believe a principal would ever allow that. That is negative rhetoric that people push. And I am with you. I've never seen it either. I've heard testimonials from janitors in Davis County saying they will not clean up litter boxes. However, there were no photos of that. And I don't know if it was just something someone said they wanted in the school and the janitor spoke against it. What he said is that it was happening in Pleasant Grove, but he didn't see it either. Our guest on earlier,
Carlton Bowen.
Was it Pleasant Grove?
I think he said Pleasant Grove.
But I don't know if he said elementary, high school, middle school.
Could you just imagine? The janitors would, they would revolt.
Well, that was their thing. They said that we will not clean up, litter boxes. And I still don't know. And I need to look for the story, because I don't know. I honestly don't know if that's ever been proven or not. And I hate to push that it is, because yes, we're seeing a lot of negative rhetoric right now in this race. And what's bothering me is the solutions aren't following it. It's your children are getting litter boxes in their schools and there are furries attacking them, and there's fear here and there's pornography here and there's this and that and this. All this stuff is going to upset me as a parent. And so when I go back and I read the legislation that came out of this last session, DEI and CRT, all of that got addressed in this last session. So
it got addressed pretty well too.
Real, yeah.
I'm still trying to get that
Where's the
Representative Hall
solutions?
on. I want Representative Hall, that lady out of South Ogden. I'd like her to come on.
So Camille says the debates and issues around having feminine products in schools was crazy. And I couldn't imagine what would happen if there were really litter boxes.
By feminine products, does that mean like in the girls' bathroom they
Probably
have
in both.
Why would they need it in the other one?
Well, there was the argument that transgender children who are going into the boys' bathroom would maybe need feminine products. Is that what you're referring to, Camille? Or are you just talking about feminine products just for the girls' bathrooms? Okay, just the girls' bathrooms. Some states are arguing over having it in both.
Honestly, I think they need them. They should have. Honestly, I would have it set up so like the gym locker room has like a little whole area for girls who need to. Holly, don't make me struggle through all this stuff myself. But even then,
it's expensive hygiene products.
Say a girl's like just turned 12 and have a whole area that she can go and, imagine. I couldn't imagine being a girl and it's your first time.
Girls can go to the nurse's office.
Sure. Okay. If that's how you want to deal with it that way.
No, there should be feminine hygiene products available, but I don't think they
could put them in a quarter machine or have it machine so that you buzz your lunch card. Okay. We're off subject now, guys. Really, we should not be.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I should zoom in on Holly. I'll leave the room again. You guys discuss.
So Utah principal, here's something that I found. A Utah principal says there's no truth to the rumor of litter boxes for students said to self-identify as a cat. And Smithfield, Utah.
Okay.
Where's that?
It's down south.
It's near Idaho.
Oh, Smithfield. Yeah, that's north of Logan.
There's no truth to a rumor that there are litter boxes happening in his school. There's no truth whatsoever.
In his school.
And the rumor is not unique to Cache Valley. It has prompted official statements from school districts all over the country.
It's been going on for a while. I have a hard time believing it. That would take a school with a very special principal and very special. It would, to have something like that, all you would need is one teacher that disagrees with that notion to upset that apple cart.
So she says, right, and she agrees, but that's my point. People wouldn't agree on something that is natural, like feminine hygiene products in a girl's bathroom. They're not going to allow litter boxes. And that's why every time it comes up, we preface it with, we don't know if it's true. We've never seen proof of it. The closest thing we've even seen proof to regarding furries was when Adam got that footage of the kids who walked out of their school in Bluffdale and said that there were furries and all of that. And Adam got a lot of backlash from that, saying he set that up and everything else.
That story went international too.
He did. And because he was there when it happened, or immediately after the kids had walked out, he got a lot of backlash because he reported on it. And as a citizen reporter, and he got a lot of crap for that.
Oh, he was on,
like it was made up.
He was on every major newscast, every radio show.
But we know the kids had a petition they had signed. There was a parent who interviewed with him. All the kids were saying different things, and it was chaotic to hear. I cannot imagine a worse nightmare for Adam.
Herding cats.
But it was all the same premise, and they were using a lot of the same lingo. So if it was not true, that was a very, very huge ploy to make it look true. And I don't think Adam by any means set anything up. These kids walked out.
That would be the same as when they say white supremacists are in our school. Honestly, it'd be on the same level.
Right. She says candidates use fear to push parents to vote with emotion rather than logic. I know most parents are smart enough to see through the fear and will vote for someone that can and will offer solutions that represent their community and not a reaction. I hope you are right. Here's my problem. Camille, I've sat through your meetings. I've sat through Matt's meetings. I've sat through Monica's meetings. We've had all of you on the show. What I have found is that the fear is going pretty far with a lot of parents. And it's because, and I know why, it's because they feel helpless. The stuff that's going on in kids' schools right now, even the simple teaching of CRT or white supremacy is a problem, and your child is a problem and should apologize for being born white. I mean, these things are happening. I don't know if they're happening in Utah schools, but they're happening. But if your candidate is doing nothing but throwing fear at you without any solutions and any answers, and going further, is it further or farther? Going further with offering, what kind of standard would you implement and how would you implement it? And what laws have been passed now through this past session that you think addresses the problem? And go positive. You know, what are our legislators doing right? What is the school board doing right? Instead of it all being negative. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know what does the end look like if we as parents vote based on emotion. I mean, look at us, how we're voting on president at this point. Yes, people are highly emotional and they feel like they are not being heard and all this stuff is happening. And here they are, just victims of their own government. And now their voice doesn't matter. So now on a presidential vote, the emotion is, nope, we got to get this guy out. We need to change this. Everything needs to change. But when we're talking about the school board and how they work in conjunction with our legislators, and here our legislators who we elected are putting out these laws that are good, that we support, the school board's got to implement them. If we can't even talk about the positives, then what are we doing? Because what does the end result look like? Well, we have a newly elected person, and we know that the legislators are not going to work with them. We know that other school members or board members are like, yeah, we're not going to work with them. And then school districts are going, we're not going to listen to them. Like, what's the end result look like? That to me is bothersome. I want positive information to come out. What's the problem? How do we fix it? And how do we support the fix? That to me is highly important. And just to end with Camille's question, her question for voters would be, what is the intent of the candidate that is running for office? And they won't run for office, that they won't experience the impact of that candidate's decisions. Why would a state school board member be effective with no kids in school? That candidate has no idea what is happening in my daughter's school, especially if they haven't been involved in our county or our community. Fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very fair question. And I don't mean to choose candidates. And if you're taking it as though I am, I hope that you're not. All I'm asking is that voters will really ask these questions. What does the end result look like if you win? Are we getting better representation? Are we getting heard? Is something changed in order to adapt to our community's needs? Because your job is to represent our community. And so I hope that anyone running for any office, especially an office that depends exactly on legislators doing their job, on a governor signing off on it, and then you get the job as a school board member, and then you create these standards, and those standards go down to our local school district, and our local school district, are they following those standards? Who's holding them accountable? Who's holding the state school board accountable? And what's getting done on your behalf? Because that should be the bottom line. They represent you, your community, your kids. So she says, also Tooele County know what it's like not to be invited to the decision makers table. It doesn't make sense to vote for people that can be effective and willing to get things done rather than getting nothing done. I understand what you're saying. Yes, Tooele County we get ignored, and it's been a lot of work, and it started years and years and years ago that our electeds got a seat at the table. Now we've got phenomenal representation, especially in the House. And I think it'll even get better, with Nicolene. But we've got our representation. We are being heard. Our freshman House members have gotten a lot done, and they're getting lots of praise. Our Senate, Scott Sandel has done quite a bit. He's actually been more involved here in the county. I can applaud him for that. The thing is that Tooele County expects to be not only recognized, but visited, contacted. We need to have our businesses at the seat of the table when decisions about our businesses are being made. We are not going to be ignored. And luckily, we've seen it happen lately. A lot of our electeds, our county councilmen have demanded the seat at the table. Our county commissioners before them were at session demanding their seat at the table. And we're getting put on boards and making great leaps and bounds for Tooele County.
We've got Paul Miller here, and we're going to bring him on.
Camille, thank you for that. We're very excited.
Thank you very much, Camille.
Thank you for putting up with my rant, Paul. I appreciate your patience.
Yeah.
I'm Holly, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's bring Paul on. All right.
How's it going?
I've got to check and make sure sound is coming through.
Can you do a test?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me look at
You need to look at him?
Yeah, I'm listening on the other thing. So just keep talking, Paul.
Paul, introduce yourself and tell us what seat you're running for and what party you're with.
Yeah, so I'm Paul Miller. I am an electrician by profession, and I am running for U.S. House District 1, which is not in Tooele, but that's okay.
That's great.
And I am running against Blake Moore. And why I'm running against Blake Moore is because I'm frustrated. Oh, do I'm gonna keep going?
Nope. You're good. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
Keep going.
So yeah, I'm frustrated like many in my district are with his votes. Like his votes are not holding up to, the Utah standard of what we should expect from our representatives, and especially those on the debt. And especially with FISA was a recent one that he really went against the voters in that one too. And so, yeah, I'm frustrated, and we need a change of delegation, and we need to, I think, if we can replace Blake Moore, we will get rid of some of that corruption in DC and stuff like that. So, but.
Now you are running as a Republican.
Yes.
So you're challenging from the party.
Yeah.
How has that been treating you?
Well, convention was awesome. So I got 55% at convention. Is 54.89 or something like that. And so convention was awesome. The highly informed voters know Blake's bad votes and everything, and the primary has been a struggle. This is David versus Goliath race for me. He has $1.5 million, and I'm running on thousands here. So marketing is very key in the primary, and so the finances help with that.
Let's get your website name out so we can at least get people looking you up.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, so it's my initials, PM for Utah, FOR Utah, and then UTAH.com. And so yeah, there you go. So all of my information's there. There's a donation button at the bottom, and there's about me and my family.
So, Paul, I was at convention
Okay.
and I thought it was pretty impressive. I mean, you primaried an incumbent, and they probably didn't love that.
No.
Well, it's interesting. Where do you live? Like, where do you?
I just want to
live?
take a minute and talk about the St. Bernard and the St. Bernard pup.
Oh, geez.
Holy cow.
So I live in
That's a
South
lot of
Ogden. So
South Ogden.
So I grew up in Layton, and so I grew up probably a mile south of Hill Air Force Base, and right now I live probably a mile and a half north of Hill Air Force Base. So I just flipped on the other side of the runway. And
Were you a Leighton Lancer?
no, I was a Northridge Knight.
Okay,
So-
well, I'm a Granger Lancer, so I knew there was another Lancer.
Yeah.
So, what's interesting, and I don't know if you've ever seen our show before. I'm sure you have seen every episode, actually.
Yeah.
But we had a group on regarding the development happening in Park City. And this development was so fought, Democrats, Republicans alike.
Yeah.
I highly recommend you go check out that show because those are people you want to get in touch with.
Okay.
They're fighting with their own legislators, and I believe you would represent Summit County.
Yeah, some of it. Yeah.
This development was going to add how many new housing projects? Have 700.
Yeah, but 700 and something, but they were going to peel off like 12 for low income.
Low income, which met the criteria of what, 300,000?
Yeah.
300,000
Low
or less,
income
yeah.
for Park City.
And honestly, this is going on right now. Their council fought about it in the courts because they were so angry that this was taking place. And their council actually won. And then they put a pause to it.
Yeah, and then they reverted.
They put a pause to it. So here's all these people mad as hell. And that's a Democrat blue county. But they are looking for someone to stand up for them because it would add millions of cars to Park City, already having these traffic jams like crazy going to the ski resorts and stuff. And I know Kira Birkeland is sitting down with them again. I talked to her at convention and brought up our show, and she said she's going to watch it and definitely will get in touch with the people. But the people of Summit County, they need someone who's listening. Yeah. And their congressman wasn't.
Huh. Yeah, and
I mean,
and Summit County is different. So I get Jeremy Ranch and Kimball Junction and Colville.
That's where this development is.
It was right. It's that old Walmart right off of Kimball.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that would be my district. And then, Park City is not in my district though. So as soon as you get out of Kimball Junction, then that's not my district. So it's kind of interesting. But
well, I should get you in touch with Melanie. If you haven't talked to the chair of Summit County yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I have her.
Get you in touch with her.
So
get in touch with her and just say you want to learn more about this project and maybe how you can talk to the people, because people are ready and thirsty for somebody who is going to take a stand and on their behalf and who's going to put a stop to this. I don't know anyone that lives there that's excited about this.
Yeah.
And the fact that the governor's office is involved, they've got 2 state legislators that voted wrongly, and one of them corrected her vote later on, and their congressman wouldn't be bothered with it. And they're just like, what's happening?
Yeah.
So
and
you've got a lot of different people in your district that are from all types of life.
Oh yeah.
Even Park City's Summit County, not all of them are millionaires.
No. And
some of them are billionaires.
Yeah. But I'm actually going up to Jeremy Ranch on Tuesday to meet with I think 3 or 4 of the precincts up there actually. So I'll actually bring that up on Tuesday and get a lot more information about that. because yeah, that's right in the neighborhood where you're talking. So
Yeah, I'm gonna probably I'm gonna try to find the name of our show on that one
Okay.
and then let you know. And so you can actually listen to the gentleman that talked to us, because it was astounding to hear
huh.
at all these people so against it. And I know a lot of them are Democrats,
Yeah,
but
and
they needed help. Oh, you've got the shows right here. Do you have their names?
what?
I was sorry, talking to my
Okay.
producer again. I'm sorry. So
Oh no.
while we're looking,
Yeah, you're looking at a different screen than I am. So
yeah,
Yeah,
while
you're
we're
fine.
looking it up, why
Yeah.
don't you tell us what made you decide to run?
yeah, so like I was saying, so I was frustrated about Blake and all of his voting record is ridiculous. So he talks a really good game about balancing the budget, reducing our deficit, and if you pay attention to his votes, he's voting for every spending bill put in front of his face, and he even campaigns on it in his town halls. He says that no government shutdown has ever resulted in a decrease in spending. It's always an increase. And so if and so how many times is the government shut down? It's maybe a handful.
Once under Obama, and they blamed Ted Cruz and the Republican Party for it.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen very often. And whenever it does happen, it's always the Republicans that give in and give in to the Democrats. And so because the Republicans are the spineless party, right? And so, but if we aren't shutting the government down, then we're just continuing to kick the can down the road from our deficit, and our deficit just keeps growing and piling onto the debt. And so that's not a healthy solution either. And so like and while I don't want to shut the government down, I'm going to vote no, which would result in a government shutdown if there was enough representatives voting with me.
I'm fine with it.
Like it's only a temporary shutdown for a limited amount of the government for whatever appropriations that we were debating at the time. And so, but right now, congressional leadership always brings, these omnibus bills, minibus bills, or even appropriations bills a day or two before funding expires. And so there's always a looming government shutdown. And so they will always abuse that play in the playbook every single time because.
And there's always a whole bunch extra tacked on.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And, and just like the omnibus bill that we saw in March, like that the House couldn't even amend any of that. And they debated it on Friday, which they're never in session on Friday. And it was during Easter weekend. So reps were looking to get home to their families and go do what they needed to. And so, yeah, they're going to vote for it, and this is the abuse that congressional leadership plans on it. It's planned.
And can I just say, though, that a lot of these bills aren't in American citizens' best interest.
No, they're not.
And sometimes they're giving away our liberties, our Fourth Amendment, our children's future, because they're not spending my money anymore.
Yeah.
They're not even spending my kids' money anymore. It's my great grandchildren's money.
Yeah.
And for me, that means you're not representing me very well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not got my best interest at heart.
Yeah. And it's so ridiculous because in the Republican conference in the House, they have one of the rules. Well, there's 3 rules that they set for the budget: single line veto item power, debate each appropriations bill individually, and give at least 72 hours to debate the bill. And what do they do every single spending bill? They
suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules and they move forward with the motion. And so, why have rules if you're never going to follow them? Why have laws if you're never going to follow them? And so
I don't know. I think that falls under insider trading area stuff. We don't need to.
Yeah,
I think he's right. I think they know Easter's coming up, or it's the weekend. They want to get home to their families, and it's lazy.
Yeah.
Does everyone remember how and when the Federal Reserve Act was voted through?
No one remembers that.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
We weren't there,
We
but
weren't
it was
alive.
December 21st, 1913. They did it when everyone was already home.
How about when
And it wasn't even considered legal. Everyone that was fighting against it just folded. There was that whole, sinking of the
Hey.
Titanic that killed a lot of the people anyway.
Yeah.
And maybe they were just
How about-
afraid they'd go on a Titanic ride the next year.
how about Obamacare?
Yeah.
Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And it's been in the playbook. The big issue is we've got our federal government writing laws that's not in their purview.
Yeah, and that's another part of my campaign. Like we have Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution lays out the jurisdiction of Congress and its duties, and then Article 2 talks about the executive branch. And nowhere in Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution does it say that the executive branch can unilaterally create laws that are enforceable. And so that's Congress's duty. And so I don't know why they ever let the bureaus and agencies dictate their own laws. They can dictate policy, that's fine, because policies are formed around a law. But a
Right.
law that's enforceable should be passed by Congress, and which is why we need to pass the REINS Act.
Yeah.
The fact you even have to pass the REINS Act is ridiculous.
Yes, I agree.
Because what bureaucrat thinks they've got law writing power? And we have empowered these bureaucrats and they are not responsible, or they don't have to answer to anyone that's elected.
Yeah.
They're the biggest top of them are all appointed people, not elected.
Yeah.
And they're absolutely running amok to where they think they can write laws and turn half of America into felons overnight because they make a decision based on a Second Amendment right.
Yeah.
This is asinine. It's a clown world.
Yeah, and this is what the Biden regime's doing right now. They can't pass anything in Congress, and so all of the bureaucrats are pushing the Biden agenda, and it's infringing on our rights, and it shouldn't be allowed. And that's not what the framers had in mind for our country.
You're right. And they come at you from so many directions.
Yeah.
You'll have the commerce coming after your ability to purchase an item. At the same time, you'll have a law enforcement agency coming at your ability to own a different item. They hit you from every direction.
What I don't understand, though, is the Senate has the majority. Why are Biden's laws not being passed? I mean,
Well-
Congress has to be the purse, but the Senate has the majority.
Well-
obviously, the policy is bad.
You still need the House, so it still has to pass
Yeah.
the House. It has to pass the Senate,
Right.
and then
But our majority is like, what, 8?
oh no,
We cannot afford to have our congressmen voting against
Oh.
us. We can't afford it.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
only a few that give us the majority at all.
if and there's probably 5, 6, 7 Rhino Republicans in the House but that's the thing, and that's why it's important that we have the Speaker of the House, because the Speaker of the House decides which legislation gets put on the House floor and which doesn't. So once it passes the Senate, if the Speaker of the House says no, I'm not going to do that, then they won't look at it at all or debate it, and which is what was happening with the Ukraine funding before Mike Johnson bent over backwards for the Democrat Party, because we had an Israel-only bill that the House passed, and we passed it on to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer said, no, we're not going to look at that. And so then Chuck Schumer said, hey, look at this Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan bill. And Mike Johnson said, no, we're not going to look at that. We've made a rule that we're going to do each of these foreign aid bills individually on their own merit. And so, no, I'm not going to look at that. And then there was a switch that flipped with Mike Johnson, and he got compromised,
switch.
blackmailed, or something.
Right.
Let's not call it the vape smoke-filled room.
Yeah. And so now Mike Johnson's pushing every Democrat agenda item onto the floor.
And mind you, we get nothing in return.
Yeah.
They're not bringing the Mayorkas impeachment to the floor of the Senate.
Yeah. And
No.
that's a thing. Like, I don't know if they ended up doing that or not, but
They
yeah.
impeached him in the House.
No,
but
I
they're
know
not
they
bringing it to the Senate.
did. Yeah.
That's the thing about Republicans. We tend to give and give But in the compromise, it's us giving and them never compromising.
Yeah, like
I don't understand how they can call it a bipartisan bill when all it means is the Democrats put everything they wanted and we added something we wanted, and yet we didn't get anything.
well, they'll get the Rhino Republicans to sign off on it, and as soon as there's one Republican signing off on a Democrat bill, hey, it's bipartisan, and that's what Blake Moore just had a story, and he had two people co-sponsor his bill, and so he's like, yeah, it's a bipartisan bill, and so and we'll see if that gets any traction, but
isn't it funny how to to the layman they always use that as, look, it's a positive thing.
yeah,
It's bipartisan.
yeah.
Both parties agree to screw you.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, that's usually how it is. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that was one of my messages that I had said at convention. I am sick of compromising. I am not going to compromise. Like, we have compromised our principles away, and it is morally and financially bankrupting our country. And so with Blake Moore voting for these spending bills, he is funding the border. He is funding DEI in the military. He is funding, the climate agenda. And so, like, how can you say that you're against these principles, but yet vote to fund them and implement them into the government,
Well, let me stop you there. He's not only funding, all those things, but these bills are funding the border in Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're funding borders in Israel. They're funding borders everywhere but the United States of America.
Of course, the border in Ukraine stops people from leaving.
Yeah.
Poor. I feel bad for Ukrainians.
Yeah, I do too.
I've said it before. I know it's not a popular opinion most of the time. I think our support for Ukraine is just going to cause a generation loss there.
It's losing both in Russia and Ukraine.
It's just Russia can afford to lose the people. Yeah. Ukraine's burned through all their young men. We're going to, in 20 years from now, Ukraine's going to be a very, very, very cautionary tale.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
I'm curious. You're taking on an incumbent, so you already know, and I can't stress this enough. If this candidate is someone that you agree with, you got to get him funding, because incumbents are sitting on a lot of money, and it's usually money that's generated from their work. It's not like he's a brand new congressman. Blake Moore now is in his second term. Yeah. Is that right?
Yep. And
he's obviously pleased certain people that are funding his campaign.
Yeah. So can I talk about that for a second?
Well, I just want to ask how an electrician is finding his way into the political game in a state where only developers can.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of developers in politics in Utah. So and that's the thing. Yeah. I'm a blue collar worker. And so, I'm running on pennies compared to his millions, And one thing that I found out when I was, doing all my research on Blake Moore, like, I was looking at his campaign financing, and I had this idea driving home from work one day. I should probably look at his contributions to his campaign and look at when he voted for bills and see if there's a correlation there. And you know what? When he votes for a military spending bill, there is a military subcontractor in Clearfield. It's called ES3, and they donate $50,000 into his campaign account every time he votes for a military spending bill. Now that I've exposed this,
that's just disgusting.
Yeah. Now that I've exposed this, his the itemized contributions finally hit just this week, I think, and so guess what? It stopped. So these last two military spending bills, it stopped, but the ES3 PAC committee does still donate the $5,000 to his account.
Well, they probably donated another route. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but
I understand that prostitution is supposed to be illegal here in this state.
Yeah,
but
That's just gross.
because that's what it is.
Yeah.
He lays down on his back and,
it's perception. Even if it's not true, the perception of it is
Yeah.
bad.
when they call him, does he say, so do you want the girlfriend experience this time?
Okay,
Or
stop.
But yeah, and my wife gets after me because I was adding up all of the money from all of the lobbyists and DC attorneys that have donated to his campaign. He's gotten over 80 grand from lobbyists and attorneys to campaign contributions, and that doesn't even include the match that Win Red gives him. So it is likely near 150 grand of what he gets from lobbyists and Win Red.
What kind of
in DC.
lobbyists?
What are lobbyists?
No, what kind are they? Are they gun lobbies? Are they?
I don't know.
Big pharma?
I don't know.
We
It
don't
just says
know.
like government relations or lobbyist or attorney. But yeah, it's so I don't know exactly what they lobby for.
Well, I'm glad it has to be public knowledge, but at the same time, I would think that he should know better.
Yeah.
And for a blue collar electrician like yourself, able to uncover something like that, why are more people not asking these questions?
Yeah.
I mean, state delegates, I don't even think, well, we didn't have the reports on everyone before convention, right?
Yeah.
When did this come out? The election district, it's quarterly, right?
Yeah. So campaign financing is quarterly. And so his the quarterly contributions were at the end of March is when the deadline was. And so, yeah, we just barely got the itemized contributions a month or like 5 or 6 weeks later. And so if you look at my campaign financing, I'm not on there because you have to hit a $5,000 threshold in order for the FEC to report on you. So
you're working with under
my
$5,000.
campaign has, yeah. And but I've noticed with Blake Moore that throughout my campaign, I've noticed that he'll get exposed for something and then he'll stop doing it. So like 2 years ago when he ran against Andrew Badger, they were highlighting, a lot of his stock market violations, right? He's investing in Raytheon and Boeing while he's also sitting
insider trading.
Yeah, while he's also on the Armed Services Committee. And then, so it wasn't until the primary race, the primary election, that he put his stocks into a blind trust. So
yeah, but how's his father-in-law's stocks doing?
Yeah, right.
Or his wife.
Because that's where they turn and go to. They don't even go to their spouse anymore. They go to an in-law.
Yeah, and
I'll bet they invest through their in-law.
Yeah, his brother is a 401k advisor.
Oh,
and so
there it is.
And so the financial disclosure report didn't list his brother as the caretaker of his investments, but I haven't looked this up yet, but I wonder if that brother works with the same guy that's overlooking his investments.
If I'm you and I'm just a regular electrician, I start following his portfolio because that's how congressmen start in there making nothing and end up millionaires. Follow their portfolios and you'll be rich too. That makes me sick to my stomach.
And speaking engagements at different, institutions and banks.
Have you reached out to the delegates that supported you and asked them for, a little assistance? That's the one thing that bothers me with convention is that here are these delegates who actually sat down with you, really believe in you, gave you their vote, primaried an incumbent. And I'm hoping those same delegates are willing to reach in their pockets and maybe buy a yard sign, give you enough money that you can actually put yard signs, maybe buy some television ads or whatever you need.
Yeah.
Because this is why people with convention get such a bad rap, because to get someone grassroots to challenge an incumbent, it takes money.
Yeah.
It takes money.
And that's the thing. Like, I think I already talked about this with you guys. Sorry, I talk about the same subjects over and over, so I keep forgetting what I said and what. But yeah, conventions. Yeah, high informed voters. They look for me and look for my message. And the primary is different. The primary, we're trying to reach lesser informed voters, people that don't pay attention to politics too much. and they vote because it's their civic duty. And so, yeah, I rely on those finances to market in text message or whatever. And so I haven't emailed the delegates, but I've been pressured enough to do it that I was going to do it today after I was done with you already. And so it's funny,
I would do it.
Yeah, so it's funny that you bring it up too, because
I would do it as a party chair. I would do it thanking them for their support at convention first and foremost, and then saying, it's going to be a difficult road to take out an incumbent. But if you believe in me and the work I'm doing, please consider donating or volunteering, because your time is just as valuable as your dollars.
Yeah.
And if you get good volunteers behind you that is willing to put signs out in really strategic areas, to book you on shows like ours so that you're getting more attention to do some cottage meetings, some town halls with you in these top areas, and reach out to Melanie in Summit and ask her, if there's any town halls that she's having. As party chairs, our job is to help all of you. And it's something that as a delegate, it means a lot when you get a candidate, cross that convention finish line. It means a lot to have them recognize you, but also if I believed in you and I pushed for you as a delegate,
Yes.
I think I could find $20 to give to you.
Yeah.
And some time and attention. I highly recommend doing that.
Yeah.
What you need now is volunteers, and you need money.
Yeah.
And you probably need more money than delegates can provide. So you probably need to go after some big groups that are struggling with something like a development in Summit, or, groups that can pull their money together, businesses.
Yeah.
As long as you tell them right off the bat, look, my soul's not for sale.
Yeah.
I'll fight for you all the way. But, I'm not going to go against the American people for anything. My vote's not for sale.
Yeah.
I appreciate your donation.
Yeah, and my messaging on fundraising is, like Blake Moore is a return on investment candidate. People invest in him and his campaign expecting a return in government contracts or grants or something of that sort.
Or wars.
Yeah, so we need to start investing in somebody that's going to return that investment into to the people. So that way
Freedom.
Yeah, through our freedom, and that way the people get that reward.
I can't think of a more offensive thing for someone to say as an elected. Oh yeah, you're an investment candidate. Businesses see you as an investment candidate, because
you need to be careful talking like that. They'll book you a trip down to Dallas and have you riding around in a convertible.
Yeah.
No,
well,
but I think that is an ugly truth that we're seeing in electeds.
Oh,
and
yeah.
What a better way to phrase it. I don't think there's a better way to phrase it, but it's also like a slap at the same time.
Yeah, and so Blake Moore's father-in-law is Roger Boyer, and he owns the Boyer Corporation, which is one of the huge real estate developers in Utah. But he owns and manages all of Hill Air Force Base housing. And so and so a lot of the general contractors that I work with, I'm like, man, you're investing in the guy that I'm running against, it kind of sucks. But all of the general contractors are investing in Blake Moore's campaign to win over the favor of Blake's father-in-law. So that way they win projects.
It's a simple game. I mean, that's our
It's disgusting.
We've got to figure out how to sort out our elections so that one person, one voice still applies.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The
election integrity.
The Republicans put us in this situation, when they wanted to fight against Clinton. That was a good idea.
Yeah. And that's the thing, and even if you get away from all of, the corruption and Blake's conflicts of interest, even if you just look at his vote, his voting record is disgraceful. And so him claiming that he's trying to reduce the deficit when he's voting for all of these spending bills is a lie. And so his solutions are, he has the fiscal Reporting Act or something like that. So there's 2 acts that talk about these reports, and so you can only get so many reports out of our departments and agencies until it starts becoming so redundant and so burdensome that they can't really get anything done because there's so many reports that they have to draw up, right? And so, and even if he did get those reports, who says that he's going to vote against the wasteful spending that he exposes? He's voting for it now.
Well, I call votes like that or bills like that virtue votes.
Yeah, it's a virtue signal. Yeah,
When they put them out, they're just like, look how virtuous I was. I
Yeah.
put this forward.
yeah. Look what I'm doing for the debt in our budget.
Yes. Look at what
Yeah.
I'm doing. I put a bill forward that if it makes it to the floor, no one else is going to vote for it because they see through the BS. But I named it Flowery so I can tell my people back home, I've been trying. I'm working hard. I'm standing alone by myself. If you just get that big company to donate another $1 million to me, we'll make this happen.
Yeah, exactly. And with me being against the corruption and being against everything, like I fully intend to join the Freedom Caucus if I by some miracle I am elected, and
Outstanding.
and
That's
I'm
pretty
not.
hard. I think they have to ask you to join. So I don't think you can just join it, right? Did we
really?
hear that?
You can still become a thorn in
And
their
they'll
side.
watch you and how you vote and all of that, and then ask you. But I think it's awesome if that's your goal to be a part of that caucus.
Yeah.
That's a great goal. I think
Well, it's
a lot of people will love that.
yeah, it's like one of the only caucuses that's for government accountability and actually delivering on your promises, right? And
Yep.
and so yeah, I don't expect to get these prestigious committee assignments, and so some of the most important duties that is the House floor votes, voting on these spending bills, and like it sucks because everybody expects you to go and persuade Democrats to join your side of the conversation, right? And it's like these are all people that have like convinced other people like that they are the best, and so they're going to be like dead set in their message, and their stance on an issue, and so.
Well, Democrats claim to represent the blue collar.
No.
And here you are, Mr. Blue Collar.
Bill
Put
Clinton.
your money where your mouth is, Democrat.
Yeah.
Join me on my bill.
Bill Clinton
Oh, good.
drove the nail in that coffin.
Yeah.
Well, and Donald Trump actually exposed exactly how badly they hurt the blue collar worker.
yeah.
I think there is probably a place on a committee for an electrician that would be far more important than a place for a lawyer, a business person, a military person. There are committees out there that we need real, true business owning blue collar Americans
Yeah.
to actually be on those committees.
Yeah. And I think it's funny, like the Democrats and the Biden administration, like they push so hard for the unions, right? The unions matter, and
That's because the unions give them kickbacks.
exactly.
And the unions,
Yeah. How
The
many unions
union
are donating
bosses-
to you? Are you part of a union?
No. So I worked
if
in
the union bosses cared about their people, they wouldn't be supporting the current Democratic Party,
No.
because the current Democratic Party only cares about the laptop class.
Yeah.
That's all they care about.
So go on about that.
So-
You're not in a union.
So yeah, when me and my wife were first married, we bought our house, and we were hitting the credit card, and so I needed a raise, and so I decided to try the union out because it would be a big pay raise. And while I was working there, like all of the national leadership in the union pushed, the Democrat, I wouldn't say agenda, but they pushed to vote for Democrats. Like I would get a letter in the mail telling me who to vote for in elections, and the other electricians that I worked with, though, they were all Republicans. Not all of them, but the majority of them. And so being in Utah, like I was kind of surprised because you hear how, left-leaning unions are and everything. But even when you look at, the news stories, or, when Biden goes and talks to the union workers, you got the one guy that was talking about the AR-15s in Biden's face that one time,
Yeah.
like the blue collar workers themselves are Republicans, but it's
Right.
the union bosses that are the Democrats, and it's because they get money, they collect their 5% or whatever from the union workers, and they donate it to Democrats, and Democrats reimburse them with government contracts.
And they do it in blue states, New York
Yeah.
City, California. I mean, these union strongholds aren't in red states per
No.
se. I mean, they're coming out of the bluest of blue, Detroit.
Yeah.
It's sad, but again, just like teachers, there's a lot of teachers here in Utah that are probably part of the union, but they don't vote Democrat.
Oh yeah.
They are doing it because they think it's their only option to get what they deserve
Yeah.
in their work.
And the teachers union right now is ridiculous right now. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. By design.
That's going to be hung up somewhere's understatement of the year.
Yeah.
Ever since COVID, man.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. Ever since COVID, the teachers union has gotten a really bad rap.
Well, the one thing the teachers union really hates is children.
Yeah.
And teachers.
And teachers. Yeah. Yeah.
And people.
Yeah. There's so many problems with the teachers unions. Like it's really sad,
So tell me what District 1 needs. What does District 1 need in a congressman? Because your district is so different than ours, yet you have parts of rural Utah in yours, but you've also got some pretty populated areas too, big
Yeah.
city and stuff like that. What is it that, as a congressman, do you think your district is looking for?
So a lot of people want to hear Hill Air Force Base, right? When this question comes up, because Hill Air Force Base is extremely important. And, Hill Air Force Base, provides billions to our economy, and is, the largest employer in northern Utah. So, and I want to continue to provide, funding and that to Hill Air Force Base. Like I talked about voting no on spending bills, right? But I'm not voting no because I don't want to ever fund the government. I do want to fund the government. I just don't want to fund all of the waste and bloat and special interest money, right? And the only way to get to that is by voting no, so that way it sends that message to leadership. So Hill Air Force Base is paramount for the first district, and we have a lot of defensive contractor research, with Northrop Grumman with the missiles, and SDL up in Logan with a lot of their work that's involved in the government. And so, but even besides that, it's on a country level, the issues countrywide are super important for the first district, securing the border and controlling our debt, because if we keep voting for this deficit, inflation is still going to go up. We're still going to see it at the grocery store, and, we need energy policy that keeps our gas prices cheap, and so there's a lot of issues that the first district needs.
Good.
So.
Yeah.
Well, and again, people forget what a congressman actually does. Your job's not necessarily to take care of Utah. Your job is to be taking care of the United States.
Yeah.
Your votes do represent the people of District 1. But like I've said this before, I would be okay if senators and Congress people quit getting money from my county if it meant shutting off the spending totally. I hate that, if everyone's not doing it, we're never going to stop the spending.
Yeah.
But if everybody says, okay, look, everything goes local, 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 local. If your county can't handle it, then your state should handle it. But for congressmen and congresswomen to have to go out and find new money, that's not free money. That's still money that is ours, taxpayer dollars. It's putting us into further debt. So we got to be prepared to say, okay, less for our county or for our district. Across the board, though, all districts.
Yeah,
we
all
got to
states.
seal the purse.
Yeah,
the purse has to be sealed. We've got to figure out. I mean, now our interest on our debt is over $1 trillion now. Nobody can fathom that.
Yeah,
like logically.
which is our
Yeah, for
military
everyone
budget.
out there screaming about our defense spending, our interest is surpassed our
Yeah.
defense spending.
Yeah, our
Just drink
defense
it in.
spending, yeah, is $1 trillion, and it's the same as our debt. And the scary thing,
Insane.
so if you go to nationaldebtclock.org, there's like at the top, it's green, I think. And if you look at the 2028 figures, it's 46 trillion in debt, 1.4 trillion in interest. And that's just 4 years. And so, and the figure that
And is that with any new spending, or is that with just regular spending as it is?
that's the current trajectory of our spending. If we continue the spending where it is now.
Oh, it was just there.
And so I figured, our debt to GDP ratio right now is 124%. And it's hard to calculate GDP later on. So, but our debt to GDP ratio in 4 years could hit somewhere near 140%.
Okay, Jared's going to share this with everyone. You've got to see this. It's got the debt clock. Do you mind if we show this?
No, that's fine.
And keep talking while we show
please keep talking, because we know we don't got a lot of time with you and we want to make sure. But everybody should Google the US debtclock.org, because as you will see.
Yeah, so hit that
on
time
there,
machine button.
If you hit the time machine button and go.
Yeah, go forward.
To 2028.
Yeah, or you can click that there, yeah. So there, 40. So we're at 47 trillion. So yeah, so not even a month later. So we'll be adding $1 trillion like quickly, because right now we're adding $1 trillion every 100 days. And so so you got that 47 trillion now. And let's see, where was the interest rate?
Interest is right.
Interest paid.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so many commas.
Yeah.
And just look how quickly it's going up.
Oh.
But
that's like it's not even a second.
I listened to Thomas.
Like it's in fast forward.
I listened to Thomas Massey.
Yeah.
Speak the other day, and he's got the little lapel pins of this debt clock. And he said he plugged it, he took it home, it hit his home router and it dropped. And he said, what happened? The number dropped and then started climbing again. He said, oh yeah, taxes were just paid.
Oh, what? Oh, sorry, I lost you. Did you say, oh yeah, what?
Thomas Massey has these lapel pins of the national debt that run, and they're hooked up to Wi-Fi. And he said he went home and he drove home to Kentucky and it hooked into his Wi-Fi and the number dropped.
Huh.
And he's freaking out. He's like, what happened? Like, he's a congressman thinking that something happened. And then he remembered taxes were just paid. It was tax time. And then just shot right back up.
Yeah, it doesn't even make a dent.
This right here shows you how much you're being robbed, folks.
Oh, yeah.
That's all it is. We're being robbed. They are robbing you blind.
Yeah.
No, they're robbing your prosperity blind. Your children.
Yeah.
Their children.
And
their children.
And in the beginning, it was very shameful to pass on debt to the next generation in Congress. And so if you couldn't pay it off, within the 20 years or whatever, then that was a huge stain on those people in Congress. And so, but it just shows you that the crisis that we're at today. And and it's funny because I have a video of Blake Moore in one of his budget committees, and he's talking about how he doesn't even know if we have 10 years to fix our debt. And here this guy is voting for the same deficit, the same debt that that continues the trend, you know. And
Yeah.
so,
That's freaky.
yeah, but and since you brought up Thomas Massey, he has actually proposed. He actually talked about a stop the Fed, so to abolish the Fed. He just put that bill out today, I think, and then or yesterday, and then he also is doing what's called it's an amendment to the Constitution for food. So that way we can grow whatever food we want and we can purchase whatever food we want.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So to shut off the food subsidy restrictions, like how they make it so that we can only allow X amount of, if Dave's listening, sugar into the nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So it frees up our markets. Freeing our markets is a crazy idea. It's not like we weren't designed to do that.
Yeah, and so I'll talk about so there was a Supreme Court case right after the Depression, right? And this Supreme Court case, it was Wickard versus Filborn was the Supreme Court case, and this Filborn guy was growing wheat on his farm, and the government at the time said you can only grow X amount of wheat, and so the Filborn guy grew more than his allotment of wheat because he had livestock and he was living off of it. And so when the government came for him, he said, listen, I'm not selling this. This isn't commerce. And it's not going across state lines. So it's not interstate commerce that was laid out in the Constitution. So I am exempt from this law. And so it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court at the time ruled against him. They said that he could only grow X amount of wheat, and he had to buy the rest from the economy and participate in the economy. And how is that not an infringement on our rights? And so, and that kind of like lays the basis of what I think Thomas Massey's amendment is about. And so, Thomas Massey's amendment states this. It says the right of the people to grow food and to purchase food from the source of their choice shall not be infringed. And
That's it. So he's
go ahead.
Awesome.
Is he doing it as a constitutional amendment?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, and so you'll need 3/4 of Congress to vote for it.
Yeah.
Hey, why not add gather water into that? Or did he?
Oh,
yeah, water. Yeah, water's another
the ability to collect water in your own property in buckets from the rain or whatever.
Yeah.
Some states don't let you do that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of government regulations that collecting rainwater even, and so it's.
Sorry, I'm all being all judgy on a great amendment potential, but I'm like, why don't you just go all the way? Why can't we build our own reservoirs on our property and collect water as we see fit?
Yeah, and
Thomas Massey's a stud.
We
isn't
do
he?
love Thomas Massey.
And I haven't agreed with like 100% of what he's stood for, but he hits it pretty square on the head almost every time. And I think water is a tricky issue. Just because of the rivers, like California, benefits from, the Green River or the Colorado.
Oh, yeah, it'd be terrible.
Sure, but California's had all this rain and not one reservoir's been built.
It'd be terrible to cut California off from robbing the rest of the states. I'd hate to do that. That'd just be a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. It's rain. It's going to fall into the ground.
Yep.
We, the people on our property, should be able to keep any water that falls on our property if we want. Most people don't care. It's just watering their lawns or whatever.
Yeah.
But in times of hard, difficult times, if we ever faced horrendous difficulty, most people in America have no idea what hard times even look like.
Oh, yeah.
But if we ever had to, where we don't have fresh water and we need to collect it, I would hate for the government to go,
Yeah.
We own everything that God creates. Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly.
What?
And
this fiction we built called the government.
Yeah.
We own it all, including you from the day you're born.
And so, like, so that's the thing, like rivers are one thing, but collecting rainwater is another. And so, and I don't care if they regulate rivers, because there's a lot of people that depend on those.
Sure.
But yeah, but exactly like you're saying, yeah, rainwater and stuff like that. If it's on your property, why not? And so,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an idea considering, if you're going to make an amendment, you should go all in, make sure
Yeah.
you're protecting people's freedom, because water, just like food, you need it to survive.
yes.
And so if you can grow it yourself, you should be able to collect it yourself as well.
Which goes along the lines of, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's life.
Mhm.
If we have the freedom of life, we need food and we need water. And so, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. We're getting close on the time here. So we've talked about your website, PM4 spelled out for Utah.com.
Yep.
And that's where you can go if you want to get to know more about Paul and potentially volunteer. And all of you delegates that put him through to the primary, I really hope you're talking to your neighbors about him. I hope that you're considering a yard sign for him. You have yard signs, Paul, or you?
Yeah, I got yard signs.
Excellent. And those of you that live in high traffic areas, please consider that when you ask for a yard sign. Paul may not say it, but I will. These yard signs cost him a lot of money, and its placement is key. So if you live at the end of a street in the end of a valley that nobody ever goes on, maybe think about talking to the neighbor that lives at the most high traffic area and telling them about this candidate and asking them to maybe host a yard sign. You got to make signs go a long way when you're conscious of the budget like you are.
Yeah. And those yard signs like cost money. So yeah. So, and that goes along with donations, and I hate asking for donations. I wish I didn't have to, but it's kind of the necessary evil in political campaigns. And on my website, that wasn't like my full website, because if you click on the issues, it talks about all of the issues. And then if you click on receipts, you can see the receipts of Blake Moore being paid for his vote, and how I show the proof of that. And so,
well, hopefully you can talk about your platform, your issues, the things you're going to do. A lot of people don't want to hear the bad about another candidate. They want to know what the good is in the candidate they're listening to. And I think that you've got a lot of issues on your website, which is nice to see. Yeah. It's nice to see you've spelled out the Second Amendment. Mm-hmm. I like that you mentioned the war between good and evil. This is not a world where it's left versus right anymore. No. I've said this how many times. We're in a fight of right and wrong, good versus evil. There's a corruption that's happening, and it's from the government. It's even from some churches. It's happening from regular neighbors, Hollywood. And the fact that we're not standing up against evil is going to be the major destroyer of our country.
Yeah, and our society.
We have to stand up against evil.
Yeah. And I really need to add, an election integrity issue on there, because election integrity is paramount right now. If we don't have elections, we don't have a country. And
and we have to know who's voting too.
Yeah, and all of the information on my website is from me. I built that website myself. It's in my own words. I don't have a campaign consultant typing up my website for me, and so.
No, good for you.
You've also got a why we need to right this ship.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
we are the big brother for smaller, weaker nations. If we fail, no one is coming to save us. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So, and that's a thing, like, and that's, I feel a lot that's behind the climate agenda is that it's not America first, it's China first. Because
it only applies.
Oh, it's politicians
to
first.
Us. Well,
and politicians first.
Or ex-politicians.
There are people that bow at the altar of climate change, and there's no way to solve it. Yeah. Money is certainly not going to solve it. It does enrich countries like China, who are the major polluters. Yeah. Countries like India, who will not ever sign any climate accord.
Yeah.
and they are major polluters. And even if every American got rid of every vehicle, every gas stove, and recycled, we wouldn't make a dent.
Yeah, because China will make up for that.
Absolutely. And so why are we going to give our hard-earned money into the science?
Yeah.
And yet they have been teaching us fear and terrifying us for the last, when we were kids, it was going to be the next ice age.
Yeah.
Then it became global warming, and now the seas are going to overflow.
Oh, you forgot
and
the
America is responsible for that.
Yeah.
Europe is responsible for that.
Yeah. And
we can all be broke eating bugs, and the UN would be happy.
yeah.
We could all be third world countries, because that makes way for a national government that overtakes, and there is no shiny hill on the shiny state on the hill.
Yeah.
We don't exist anymore.
Yeah, and you know, and you hit it, like there's 0 for 41 on these climate predictions. Like they can't even predict a 7-day forecast accurately. So how are they supposed to predict what's going to happen in the next 20, 30 years, you know?
Absolutely.
And
these sun flares that we just experienced,
yeah,
they predicted those 3 days before they were going to happen.
yeah,
Sun flares. The sun could easily wipe out the United States of America and every other country in the world.
yeah.
Because the sun is the sun. It's a ball of fire.
And
you can't predict that, but you're going to tell me that California is going to be underwater in 8 years.
yeah.
Oh, I say we
With
rain
a straight
forward.
face.
You know what? I am going to go buy me a 1974 Hemi. You say California's? I'm doing it. I'm going to drive around getting 4 miles to the gallon.
You won't be able to license it there.
Yeah.
Like they've made it illegal to own.
I do it here. Make California go. Do it anywhere.
Yeah.
California goes away.
Oh, do you have any last
Yeah,
statements you'd like to
finish
make?
this up here. Take us home.
So, well, I don't know what you want me to finish up with, but I was going to say, if you want, I can talk about climate change and how the funding and subsidies are going to.
Let's give you, we got a minute that we can give you just to give one last little bit to put out to your people.
So that's the thing. I'm not going to enrich myself. I am going just to go and work. I am from the working class. Go put me to work. I don't want to go and participate in all of the corruption and the crazy parties that go on. I just want to go do my job and come home to my family. And, you know, I am a convention only candidate, and I strongly believe in the convention. I think it is the best system ever for a party primary, and we need to protect that, even if I lose. And I'm not going to be like Governor Cox, where if I lose, I'm going to go against it. No, it's still the best. And and I would really appreciate your support in any way, shape, or form. And I appreciate you guys letting me come on your podcast.
Oh, well, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Everyone, that's Paul Miller. And you do have a beautiful family. That one little boy of yours with that mischievous grin, I bet he's a good time.
Yeah.
I just love the St. Bernards.
Yeah. Anyways, everyone, Paul Miller, he's running for House 1 here in Utah.
He's running, for congressional.
Yeah. U.S. House
District
1.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
so
Paul.
much,
you have a good one, and hopefully we talk to you again soon.
Yep.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, everyone. We're going to be bringing on Tyler Murset. We're going to
take a quick break.
Well, we're going to let Holly take a quick break, and I'll bring on Tyler. All right, Tyler, you there? Can you hear us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. All right. Holly's got to step out for a quick second. I'm Jared.
Nice to meet you, Tyler.
This is Holly. Now, Murset, is that how you say your last name?
I don't know how you got that right, so I congratulate you.
Hey, my last name's Raybani. Nobody ever gets it right. So it's cool when somebody does. It's Murset, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, all right, Tyler, you're running for unaffiliated CD2, correct?
Correct. I'm running for the House, the U.S. House for Congressional District 2.
Okay.
Celeste Malloy is currently the incumbent.
Yes, she is. So tell us, what's your motivation to run?
Well, that's a good question. So I'll talk about kind of the platform that I'm going to run on in a moment. About 3 years ago, I had this urge, I would call it, from my soul. And just kind of a strong, just kind of a feeling that I needed to do something. And so back then I actually started a political podcast, and it didn't go anywhere. You know how hard it is to get a podcast going and to gain a lot of viewers and listeners. So it was difficult, and I got frustrated, and so I just kind of put it on the shelf and said, must not be the time. Well, lately you just kind of watch any bit of news, and you just kind of feel I got it in the back of my mind. I had that strong urge, kind of a spiritual feeling that I needed to do something, and that wasn't to start a failed political podcast. And so I decided to, at the urging of some of my friends, to throw my hat in the ring. And so that's where I am now. So.
So what's the platform? What are you seeking to change? What direction do you want to see our federal government move in?
So this is I have one campaign promise, and only one, and that is I will vote on bills that come up in Congress as directed by the majority of registered voters in my district. Now, what that means is we will create a software that will allow registered voters in our district. I believe Tooele is in my district. It will allow.
We would be two of your constituents.
Yeah, so it will allow anyone in the district to vote on bills that come up for vote in Congress, and then I will vote with the majority of them 100% of the time. That's basically what it is. It's very simple, but I think it has a lot of power, and I think it will have a lot of power. I was listening in on your previous guests, and you were talking about Republicans. I'm a Republican. I am running as unaffiliated. I thought it would be a better path for me, so I could talk about this idea all the way to November. So I will be on the ballot. I don't have to go through a primary or anything. I qualified via signatures to be on the ballot. So in November, I'll be on the ballot. So I'll be able to talk about this idea of voting with the majority of the people all the way up until then. I think Republicans, generally, I'm talking about elected Republicans, I don't think that they represent us very well.
What?
I know, right?
Well,
So,
you
Tyler,
know what?
Where do you live?
I live in St. George.
Okay.
This software you're talking about, I would like to see this come into creation just so that we can see, because right now out here, we're all like up in arms about the FISA vote that our representative voted yes on. But I would like to see a true accountants, because right now everyone I talk to doesn't like it. But how would it be to see, does everyone not like it, or am I a minority in this group?
Also, if you have the ability to make something like that, are you a software engineer or something?
I'm not a software engineer. I have directed a few smaller kind of software programs into creation. They're just
so you're able to create like an app where people could tune in and give their vote and it would be protected, or would it just be a poll?
No, it wouldn't be a poll. It'd be an actual vote. So let me ask both of you this. Do either of you know that your vote was counted correctly in the last general election?
Well, I know mine was.
I do know. Our county clerk actually.
Oh, because I didn't vote.
Yeah, he's
okay.
I am one of those crazies who I am a truly unaffiliated that I just don't even vote because I've lost trust.
And our county clerk here in Tooele County is phenomenal. Once your signature has been registered, it'll show. But again, it has to also keep your anonymity.
But you know
so
that your vote
given
was
your voter
counted.
ID.
You know that your vote was received, but you don't know that it was added up in the right columns, do you?
Yeah, I watch it. I'm a poll watcher also. And I actually saw my vote get through into the machine and everything. But I'm a voter number. So it's not my name, but I know my voter ID.
Okay.
Which a lot of people don't. And then I also know at at the state convention, I actually was able to follow all my votes based on the voter ID they give me right off the bat, and I got to see how I voted in our local convention.
I know that my vote has been received, but I don't know that my vote was tallied correctly, and that's a big shortcoming of our current voting system. So the software that I'm talking about would initially just be to tell me what to vote on. So we would first of all, it would only be open to registered voters in our district. We would verify, if they're registered voters, then the state of Utah has gone through the process of vetting them as far as citizenship and eligibility and things like that. So we would verify these citizens, these registered citizens on
their voter ID numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we would open that app up for people. It would be an encrypted app. If you're familiar with Bitcoin, do you talk about Bitcoin much on your podcast?
Oh man.
Yeah, and I
All the time.
I recognize they've got blockchain voting is something that's we'll probably see in the next probably 6 years. We've
Oh my
talked to a
gosh.
few people
With
building.
with the computers and everything now, and they're learning it. Blockchain, we're going to probably see it sooner than that.
Yeah,
I'm getting
there's
feedback. Are you?
there's something going on.
Are you getting feedback on your end?
No. What kind
Oh,
of
sorry.
like a weird audio thing?
Yeah, it's okay. We'll just push
I
through it.
don't hear it.
No, we've on the previous iteration of the show, we've interviewed a guy who that's what he was building a blockchain voting system, and I think we're going to see that, which will be very interesting. And once they do that, the ability to vote from your phone, I mean, it could be something like what you're saying, where you could vote your voice directly to your representative.
Exactly.
Well, and I'm a huge proponent after COVID of saying I would much rather our Congress people, our senators, stay in their own districts, stay at home. Why they have to go to DC all this many times to vote when technology like this exists, where Zoom meetings exist, you can have arguments. And I think that would save a ton of money. But if you're able to create an app that actually lets a regular voter give you their opinion in real time, why wouldn't we branch it out and figure out how to do that using blockchain technology to let regular voters vote in real time on voting day from their phones?
Yeah. So like I was saying, the software that I will create is initially just so I would know how to vote, but I would hope that software could be then, expanded and potentially be used for general elections, because I don't really trust the general election. My point earlier was I know that my vote has been received, but I don't know that it's been counted correctly. Unless you know that through an anonymized way, you can't really say, well, yeah, that election was secure or it wasn't. There's really no way to have a firm opinion on it, in my opinion. So the app would be based on a public the idea of a public ledger, which is, let's say that there's a vote for a Ukraine funding bill or something like that coming up, and the majority of us in this district, we say no. Once that vote is cut off, anyone could download the file. It's anonymized, but you could find your number and make sure that your vote was tallied correctly. You could ask your neighbor, you could ask your wife or your husband. There are ways to verify that those votes have been counted correctly and that they're secure. So it would use kind of off the shelf type of technology. It's not something that has to be invented. And there actually are probably already software that does this. So
There's a bunch, and whoever actually establishes this is going to be a millionaire if they can prove that it's safe. And that would be an awesome business venture for you. But when the way you're talking about using it, that's just for your own education. So that you're looking at your constituents right before this vote goes on. And keep in mind, this vote will have 1,000 pages in front of you. So hopefully your regular voters will read through it when they give you the yay or nay. And I'm sure you could highlight some of the things that you want to address about the bill, but then you're just getting an overall chart of yay or nay on how they want you to vote. And you're the one reading it.
right.
So to expand it, I mean, that would be pretty remarkable,
Now,
because a lot of people are trying to go back to paper ballots, but it's also got its problems with timing and how long it takes, but that's how we used to do it.
The problems that we are having right now politically are that political problems. They're not technological problems that can't be solved. There are elections in third world countries that many of us trust more than we do our own elections, and that's a sad state of affairs. You may have already
Well,
seen,
2020 gave us a good reason to not trust our own elections,
right?
huh?
So you may have already kind of gathered this idea that I'm bringing forth, which actually came from a friend of mine. He wrote, his name is J.J. Dewey. He wrote a book called Fixing America. And so that's where this idea of voting with the majority came from. And I'm running on my own and kind of at his urging also. This idea to vote with the majority of the people is not destined or meant to just remain with me. So the software that we'll create, once we get enough momentum, once we get enough press out there, hopefully there will be others like myself who go, ooh, that's really interesting. Because I don't want to run. I don't want my name out in the public. I'm not a typical politician. I'm here in my closet. I don't have a big bankroll behind me. This is something done against my own better judgment, but I'm doing it because I felt like it was something I needed to do. So the idea is meant to go and be to spread everywhere. Anywhere where you see a place where the voice of the people is not being heard. And unfortunately, most of the time that's with a Republican. The Republicans, they talk a big game. Oh, we're going to cut spending. We're going to do this or that. When was the last time any sort of spending has been cut on the national level?
Hold on, give me a minute. I got to dig deep, way deep.
All right.
I mean, the last time we paid off our debt would have been, that was
Never.
under Eisenhower.
What's your
And the
website?
last time an actual spending was cut was when Clinton went after welfare.
Yeah,
Well, he balanced the budget, but I don't think he.
we
Well,
had
he
a
did
we
cut
had a
military.
budget surplus for, I don't know, it was a short time, but it was actually because of we had a majority Republican Congress, and through Newt Gingrich and all of that we were able to have at least a surplus for a short time.
2
And they
years, if I remember.
They balanced the budget so that everything was accounted for. Hey, what's your website, Tyler?
My website, tylermurset.com.
Well, that's easy.
Yeah, except for my last name is like nobody spells it right.
M-U-R-S-E-T.
M-U-R-S-E-T.
Right.
The only thing I found on
S-E-T or A-T?
M-U-R-S-E-T.
Okay.
is it the Substack?
So the Substack, that's my newsletter. I should have a website at tylermurset.com.
Okay.
Is it not pulling up?
I'm finding a whole bunch of Substack.
Well,
the website
looking
is
for that.
tylermurset.com. The Substack will
Okay.
get you kind of in the door.
so tell us, when you're running unaffiliated, who have you been reaching out to get your message out? What's been your playbook? Because this has got to be difficult. Oh, he found it. This has got to be kind of difficult when you're unaffiliated, but you have, I'm assuming, the Republican platform values. So you've got a lot of your neighbors and people who probably are dying to hear your message. Like how have you been getting your message out?
Well, primarily is through word of mouth right now. So in order to get on the ballot as an affiliated, I had to get a certain number of signatures, which I did primarily through friends and family, people in my neighborhood, people in my church, and things like that. So this is kind of, I had a bunch of family issues happen the last couple months. I had to kind of take a pause on the campaign for a little while, but this is kind of a kickoff. So I appreciate you contacting me to come on your podcast. Now I'm going to start doing kind of daily little vlogs, 5-minute, 10-minute, videos and things on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, things like that. I'll be doing things in the community. So it is kind of, I'm under no illusion that I have a real strong chance, even though I felt like I had a spiritual prompting to do that. It doesn't mean that I'm necessarily going to win. But the message is voting with the majority, and that needs to be heard.
Right.
Like I was alluding to earlier, I don't think elected Republicans represent us very well.
Yeah, they've forgotten the Republicanism part of being a Republican.
Well, and the truth is, in DC, the line is so blurred between what a Republican and a Democrat is anymore that it's like it's exhausting for local people to watch what's happening in DC and even comprehend how are they doing this to us? And they're supposed to be representing us and they forget who they work for. And it's such a terrible line. You don't know who's who.
No. And, with this type of idea that I'm bringing is voting with the majority, that vote will be very public. Because let's say, on that hypothetical bill we talked about earlier, well, those vote tallies will be public, and so will my vote right next to it. So there's not going to be any sort of, well, how is he going to vote this time, or what did he do last night? Like it's right there. It'll be all in the public. So this can help. A lot of people talk about term limits, which could be helpful, but an idea like this could make term limits something that we don't even need to talk about anymore.
Obsolete. And honestly, if it was something like this, you could send anyone there.
Exactly.
You could take literally anyone. You could say, homeless Joe down on the corner, we're going to give that boy a job. And you take him down, you get him an ill-fitting plaid suit, and you send him to Washington. And he just says,
that's kind of how our founders did it.
My people
they never
want
did it
this
to make careers out of it. They did it as a service. That's why they were called public servants, representing their people.
Right.
Now, you're welcome to use this show, and you're welcome to clip whatever and edit and post. You're welcome to use as much as you can. We share on all the outlets, and you are our last guest. So, if you go in and just want to share your portion of the show and clip it, and
I'll be sending
everywhere.
you a link. I'll be cutting you up.
Thank you. That would be awesome.
You'll have a standalone.
You're welcome to do that. I hope that you're finding ways to reach out to voters. I know there's a registered voter list you can usually purchase from your county clerk that'll give you at least those in your county and other districts you'll cover. You can get registered voters, but you only get addresses. You don't get phone numbers. But if you can get volunteers, and he just pulled up your website, it's a beautiful website.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're going to need donations. And so people, please understand it. Get to know this gentleman, get to read through his website and the values he's talking about, the platform and the ideas. And if you get behind him, please consider donating, because candidates running unaffiliated don't have the power of their local parties or the state parties backing them. They need grassroots backing and volunteers that are willing to knock on doors and, donate and create yard signs or create a buzz in businesses. I mean, something like this and your idea would be great if you could get some software companies to back you and to try to help. Right now, election integrity is the top of everybody's mind. Yes, we've got immigration issues, and yes, our economy is dying, but election integrity is so important because 2020 woke everybody up. When they went to bed at 10 o'clock at night knowing we had a winner, and the next morning in certain key states is all it took.
We got a loser.
We got a loser. And that right there should scare the hell out of every American, because now they're talking about letting undocumented Democrats vote. And the truth is, there's nothing to stop them if we don't get this under control. We've got to have voter IDs. You still got to keep people anonymous. So a random number that everyone is assigned. But this seems so simple. And I mean, I've even told him, it would be so. Could you turn that
Someone's
off?
saying they're sending us comments over here.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get there.
So sorry about this. If you could get, I would want to put video mics on every congressman and senator, and actually have them on video for all the work they do for the service of the people. Can you imagine how many people would tune in to see exactly what gets said in those dark rooms, in the smoke-filled rooms, when deals are being made with our representatives? I think it would be pretty great.
Yeah, and to your point about just picking a bum off the street, it could end up being like that. But I think in the beginning, you would want somebody who could talk about, the ideals of maybe the Republican Party, or why a bill meets certain and is under a certain number of principles that we understand, economic principles. There's so many things that go on right now. They're just pure emotion, and we have to fund this country, or we have to fund that country, and it's all just tugging on our heartstrings, and there's very little logic about any of it.
Yeah, it does seem like it seems like Washington, D.C. is running with a goal, and that goal doesn't even take into account that there's a nation living beneath it, let alone that they're going to work towards benefiting that nation. And so you're right. Like we're going to go fund all these countries, and even though it's a split or it's unpopular or whatever else, we're just going to do it. So that's why I don't vote. Just makes me feel like it doesn't matter if I do. I could vote in my dream candidate. They'll get in there and they're going to end up doing something that I don't want. And then you'll see them when you get into the mud of it. They refrain from voting on times when it's something that's super unpopular with their people back home, and it still gets passed. Like they go into a meeting and they say, all right, Billy, you don't have to vote this time. It's still going to pass.
Right.
And we know this will put you in jeopardy on your next election.
Right. Well, I'm going to do my best to get you to vote for me. I think that with this idea of you would actually have some sort of ownership of your vote, and you would know that it would actually count toward what the representative would be doing. And that's where there's so much disenfranchisement in the world and in our country, especially. People just are they're just like, what does it matter? Just like you're saying. And we need to be able to bring that. We need to be able to have a direct input in what our government says and does. And that's been sorely missing. And we need to do something.
So I'm looking over your website and I see on your platform, you do go into the invasion basically on our borders. And you're talking about a deportation of those who are here illegally. I know Donald Trump is talking about mass deportation. And of course, there's a lot of things that would go along with that, and that would cost money and this and that. But I think if a bill was written properly to find out who's here, because that's going to be the hard part, right? Coming off a regime who've let all these people come through. We have no record of who's who's here, who's not.
Ooh.
How do we deport them? And I'm wondering with your platform talking, and you also say that the citizens should come first, foreign aid should be largely eliminated. A lot of people feel that way because we are watching our Congress fund walls being built in Ukraine. Our Congress is funding medications for other countries, and we're on a medication shortage. We're seeing a lot of things like that actually need to be addressed, but that's going to cost money for deportation. How do you see making that happen on the deportation?
This may now, first of all, I'll preface this by saying, of course, I'll vote with the majority of how those in my district will vote. So I want to preface that, but I do have opinions on it and would suggest to the people on how to vote on any political bill. This may blow your mind. I'm gonna say something good about Mitt Romney for a second. Please don't hold it against me.
That's okay. No, and a lot of people in our county like Mitt Romney.
So when he was running for president, and this is my vague recollection of this, he had an idea of people deporting themselves, and the way that we do that is through a stricter enforcement of employee law and making it so that employees they can't hire illegal immigrants.
Right, and the government can't fund them.
And shut off benefits.
Right.
I've been saying that forever.
So when Trump came in, there was just the rhetoric of Trump talking about them. Quite a few people went back to their country on their own. So I don't like the idea of like rounding people up and doing it by force. I think people should be able to make that decision on their own. But we shouldn't be. First of all, the welfare state on its own is much too large, and then we're in certain states like California and New York, they're giving people debit cards with thousands of dollars on it. They're paying their rent. Like why them? Why not some veterans? Why not somebody else? Why is it always other people? Why is it always other people before us? And so it wouldn't be necessarily flying people out on an airplane, although those I would make an exception. Those violent criminals and things along those nature, I think we should forcefully deport them. Illegal immigrants in and of themselves have violated the law by coming across, but I don't think it's necessarily a violent crime. And I think that we should largely do that through a stricter enforcement of employment law or employment.
Yeah.
A lot of countries have unloaded their prisons and sent them over the border.
Cuba did that in the 90s. Cuba unloaded their insane asylums
And that's the problem.
prisons and
We don't know who's here.
sent them over.
And we don't know who's capable of committing violent crimes until they actually do it. But I think by essentially suffocating their ability to make money by cutting down on businesses who hire. I mean, we've talked about, every person coming across the border should come through legally for starters, but they should also, if they should have a job waiting for them, a company ready to sponsor them. So for the seasonal workers, and so that we know who they are. So either fingerprinted, now you can do retina scans or DNA swabs, but we know who they are. We have a record of them, whether or not Mexico or somewhere else, Japan or wherever they're, China may not have a record on them, but we then know who they are, right down to their blood type and everything. If they're sponsored when they're over here, they should be given a chance to receive citizenship if that's what they want by passing citizenship tests and learning the language. And we should make it a glamorous thing to be a citizen of this country and a privilege, but they don't qualify for aid. I don't think we should let people who have babies here on the whim have American citizens and then give them aid forever either. There's got to be a way. And I think you're right. If we did have businesses say, they're actually going to pay a penalty for hiring someone because they're paying them under the table. We all know that. But if they get caught, there should be significant penalties to them, if not even legal penalties where they can go to jail. But then also we've got to cut off the welfare state to people who are not legally citizens of this country. Because with that card they're getting, not only they're getting some sort of a green card so they can work, it gives them a social security number. Once that number is established, now they can vote. And if nobody is babysitting at the gate to tell us that is a temporary, or that is a person who came over illegally, if that doesn't get any type of discrimination there to where we go, okay, this is a legal person, this one isn't, our voting is dead. There'll be no such thing as integrity. We become a third world country at that point.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think
coming through the green card stuff and all of the benefits that are being given to them, more than even our veterans get, more than our single moms who are working 2 jobs. I mean, getting better health care than most Americans can afford. It's insane, and it's got to be dealt with.
Yeah, I agree. And just so people understand, it's not like I'm anti-Mexican. My wife is half Mexican. I served my mission for my church in California speaking Spanish. Some of my best friends are Mexican. It doesn't have to do with somebody being Mexican. It's somebody coming here illegally and not following the law. My wife's grandmother, she's an immigrant, and she and her husband, they did it legally, and they came here and they worked extremely hard and they did it the right way. And they're those type of people that come here and do it legally and do it the right way, they get resentful of those who just come across, and that creates resentment for us too. I mean, like we were saying, it's like why do they get a Visa prepaid card or whatever? Why not me?
Well, the law should be applied to every single person. And my husband's family, his mother was an immigrant. And the one thing she did when she got here was acclimated. She wanted to be American so bad. She refused to even speak German, which I wish she would have, because then he would have learned at a young age. I think that's highly important to teach children multi languages. But the acclimation part, wanting to be an American and not just assuming that it's something that it's a right. It's not. It's a privilege, and people don't look at it like that.
Well, another potential portal for this, and I think Trump talked about this his first term, that a lot of people come here and work illegally, and then they send most of their money back home. There could be
It's the second largest. It's part of their GDP.
Yeah.
In Mexico,
so
it's one of their largest contributors.
There could be a potential avenue to go there, but just overall, the idea of voting with the majority, it can create a lot of it can solve a lot of issues. Let me put it that way. We have what I call regulation without representation. We have these giant organizations in the government. You have the CDC, the FDA, all of these 3-letter organizations, right? I'm sure that both of you have talked about those before.
Absolutely.
I don't even know how they were created. Some of these organizations, I don't know that the process to create them was followed in the proper process, but that's beyond the point. They're already here. You have bureaucrats going and basically doing whatever they want. They have such latitude, and how are we supposed to have a check on them? I believe that the representatives that are elected should take a much more active role in regulation. We should any sort of regulation that comes down the pipe should be voted on by Congress, and I know that would slow down quite a few things. But I think
that's actually what the Constitution dictates, that laws are made by Congress and not by unelected bureaucrats.
Exactly. And so they have, under the banner of their 3-letter agency, they go and do all these things that take away our freedoms. The whole vaccine thing, that was a big eye opener for a lot of people. And, I would support, as it's mentioned on my website, I support people being able to choose for themselves what type of medications that they take. There's such a strong lobby behind the pharmaceuticals and actually big agriculture also, that the people don't have a chance right now. We're getting poisoned and we don't even know it. And how much 40 years ago, 50 years ago, most people were thin, they were in shape, they were healthy. Now the majority of people have a little extra, including myself.
Well, they were growing their own food. They all had gardens. They had local milk farmers, were dairy farmers.
And there wasn't all the chemicals in the food that the FDA allows.
They're injecting mRNA right now into meat.
Yeah. That's why we can't sell our stuff in most of Europe.
I'm really worried about what you said about them putting the mRNA in our food, because will they label it? Or will the companies who create these mRNA things, will they lobby Congress so that it doesn't have to be labeled?
They're going to lobby. And here's why you vote. This is like,
I don't know. I just want to say real quick, Pfizer, we love you. We're open to be a sponsor, or for you to sponsor us. We'll have commercials. We'll be just like CNN. Every break brought to you by Pfizer.
And then we faint.
No, you'll get the saline shot, and everyone else will get the real one.
Yeah, when they were talking about the mRNA, putting it in the animals, that's when I started to just really freak out, because my husband and I avoided any of that. We had COVID, we had the antibodies. Why would we get the shot when we've already had it? Our body knows how to fight it. So this spike protein getting injected into animals, that's our food supply. And you don't know which animals or which farms. So if anything was ever more about buying local, from your local cattle ranch, from your local poultry getting it local where they're not injecting animals like that. I mean, even Chick-fil-A just said we can't even afford to use organic chicken anymore that's not injected with hormones because the supply and demand is out of control. They can't even afford it. There's so much demand for it in the country. And that should tell everybody, hey, you should start your own chicken farm and not inject chickens with stuff, because there's going to be people who don't want that in their bodies. But that's where we're headed. And yeah, other countries like Europe, they won't buy a lot of our products for that reason, right? Because of
they won't. Not allowed.
You compare one product in Europe and one in the United States, you look at the ingredients, and the ingredients in the United States are twice as long. They do that.
And you can't pronounce it.
You can't pronounce it.
So many of those things are actually designed to just get us hooked on those and make it taste so good that we crave it again. We crave it and we crave it. And Europe, we tend to criticize Europe quite a bit for a lot of the things that they do. But in that regard, I think that they may be,
they're good on food. They've just given up on existence.
Well, and high fructose corn syrup is at the top of almost every product made out of America, and they don't let that happen in Europe.
God, you brought up Bitcoin and HFC. Dave's head exploded.
Yeah, our partner, he loves Bitcoin. So and I want to get into Bitcoin. You actually want it to be an alternative and non-taxed, which I love that. It shouldn't be taxed. Every dollar you get to spend on things you like, you've already paid taxes on that. So if you do invest yourself into Bitcoin, the government hates that, because now you're getting rid of the need for the Fed, and you've got money that isn't traceable by the federal government or the IRS. So why are more citizens? Well, it got expensive overnight. That's one reason.
Well, the halvening happened, so yeah.
For a fact the government is going to go after Bitcoin. I mean, they're already putting the process up.
Well, they did. They did in 2018 when the FBI released, what was it? They released, was it 3 million worth of Bitcoin on the market, and it dumped it that night? I'd have to dig up the particulars, but yeah, the feds did a release on Bitcoin.
I'm talking about the legislators are trying to figure out a way how they can tax it or monitor it.
That seems to all that Elizabeth Warren is doing nowadays is talking bad about Bitcoin. They're trying to create a federal kind of Bitcoin, a federal, what do they call it? CBDC.
Yeah, CBDC.
I can't remember what that stands for.
Government-backed digital currency.
Government-backed digital currency.
Or central bank digital currency. Either one's same thing.
I mean, you do know this. Bitcoin, it can be tracked, but it's anonymous. So Bitcoin is freedom money, basically. It's a hedge against inflation. If you understand how Bitcoin works, there's a fixed supply of it that will ever be, and there's only so much that will go out. Now, it is important to understand that you can buy any fraction of Bitcoin. So just because it is expensive, like per Bitcoin, you can still buy a fraction of it, and that's important for people to do. I think it's incredibly important for people to have some protection against the inflation that we're experiencing right now. I mean, you just look at the debt. What is it, 35 trillion right now?
Yeah. Well, hold on.
Yeah, we had the debt clock.
I can't say yes. There was a second between when you said that and when I said yes, and so
it went up.
I could easily be proven wrong in a second.
It went up $1 million in that second, or whatever.
Oh, $1 billion at least.
So
I mean, if we just were on the debt clock, that's why it's so up in our minds, because the person before you, we went to the debt clock. It looks like it's in fast forward. We're at 35 trillion. In 4 years, we'll be at 42 trillion. And interest is over $1 trillion.
There's going to be no way for us to pay that off by saving and doing. Something's got to give. And when that gives, Bitcoin may be a safe haven. It could be. I don't know.
Unless they do a big EMP and destroy the internet, and then there's no such thing as Bitcoin anymore.
Well, Bitcoin will still exist. That's too detailed for this conversation. We're talking just kind of big ideas about Bitcoin. I think that Bitcoin and most, I think capital gains tax should be eliminated, first of all.
Absolutely.
Just as you were alluding to and mentioning, we earn this money. It's taxed. We go to the store, sales tax. We buy a house, property tax. We finally earn some money in the stock market. We take it out to buy another house, or to buy whatever, taxed. At every turn there's a tax. And
well, they only tax good decisions.
And then you die.
But they don't tax if you're committing fraud or crime, unless it's to compete with them. They don't tax you.
Yeah,
They
tax you.
And then you put the whole banking system at risk.
Asset forfeiture.
Banks, and then no, they're too big to fail. Now we got to save them. So then you get a bailout
and a bonus,
and then it's just the incentives are totally reversed on what it should be. The government instead of they reward the wrong things. And they penalize the wrong things. It's just like government; they do things in the reverse of what they should do. They penalize savings. They penalize earning. They penalize everything that we do. It's a disincentive for us.
Yep.
But it's the Fed. The Fed controls everything, and the government does not control the Fed.
They incentivize negative behavior. And they de-incentivize positive behavior. They de-incentivize someone who wants to live a frugal life and save,
be debt-free.
And they incentivize people who want to run up debt. It's just the way we work. It's
but Elizabeth
terrible.
Warren will tell you that Bitcoin's only for people who want to sell drugs, want to commit hits. Like, seriously, the Bitcoin is the pedophile's dream because they can buy child pornography and all this other stuff and transport humans and trafficking and all of that. And it's like, because it's untraced, it's got this terrible cloud around it, which makes me more curious, because I'm like, if the government hates something this bad, there's got to be something to it. But a lot of people, I don't think, understand it or know what the actual outcome looks like in the long term.
Did you see Thomas Massey? He's a congressman from, I don't remember what state he's from, but he came up with
Kentucky.
an end the Fed bill just in the last couple of days.
Yeah, we just heard that.
So that's that's probably not going to go anywhere, but it'll be interesting to see who talks against it. I mean,
it's exactly what I want to see.
The people who are against ending the Fed, I think they're being. First of all, I don't think they fully understand how money is created. I don't think they understand that Congress has outsourced the creation of money to the Federal Reserve, and they don't understand. They said, well, if we end the Fed, then everything will blow up. Everything's going to blow up anyway. We're already $35 trillion in debt. The government should be able to issue its own currency.
Absolutely, and issue its own I don't know, percentages and interest rates, and make it so people can afford housing and people can afford to pay their debts off without. I mean, people in debt are in an endless train of debt that'll never go anywhere because the rates are so astronomical. And yet the people are punished, not the banks, for doing those type of loans.
Now, this may be, you mentioned the government setting the rate. I'd actually be in favor of the market setting the rates for interest rates. I think
free market.
I think when the government or the Fed, whenever somebody tries to dictate it's basically price fixing. Okay, whenever you have price fixing, when you set a ceiling on what something could be or a floor, it creates distortions in the market. And so, as we see that with all the bubbles that we see, there's in 2008 the real estate bubble. There's a kind of a bubble going on right now that's just ready to burst. I think that there should be some market forces brought interest rates a lot more, instead of the Fed
Well,
going, oh, well, let's raise it at,
But the problem
percentage
is
point, whatever.
the government can print money, and that's a problem. If you make money printing private, who owns that?
well, that's not the interest rate isn't. Well, technically it is.
If banks set their interest rates based on their own banks and their own home loans and all of that in the free market, the competition would be amazing. But you would have to cut off any spending outside of the United States by the federal government, because, they have to print money to give that money away.
Well, you don't have to. You just can't have fractional reserve banking. So your banks would be more wholesome. It's our fractional reserve banking that allows them to do that, where they could lend up to, they only have to have 10% on the books of what they can lend.
No, I'm talking about like to give money to Ukraine and stuff, and the multi-billions of dollars.
Oh yeah,
Our country prints money to do that.
That'd have to go away. But like, I like that idea of a free market, and I would much rather see each bank set its market cap and according to what they need. Because say our area might need housing, and if a bank said, you know what, we need housing in our local area to boost our economy, whatever, we're going to lower the rates on housing development and construction, but we don't need any more, whatever else. So to get a loan to do a startup on that, we can raise it. No, that's an interesting thought. I would like to see the market move.
I'd like to make an additional point. Your previous guest was talking a lot about the campaign donations that his opponent, the incumbent, was doing. With this idea that I'm talking about, which I call citizen representatives, by the way, the idea is as us as citizens can be partial, kind of co-legislators with the representative. This idea of citizen representatives coming in, we can make it so campaign finance doesn't have nearly as much importance as it does now. Because if you go, well, that guy is voting with a majority every single time, first of all, the amount of money that I would have to raise to beat someone else, why would anyone else run against me? Why would somebody go, oh, well, no, he's voting with the majority every time. I would like to vote with the people who are not the majority.
I'll tell you why. Because if they have money, they're going to affect how the majority votes by marketing to your majority.
Yeah.
The thing is, the reason the United States is not a democracy is because it doesn't work. It will with a small district, but how I would get your system, if I had the money and I had the backing, I'd advertise against you all the time. And then your majority changes, their mindset changes. That's what you worry about with majorities, counting on majority votes. So someone like another candidate would say, well, he votes with majority, but what are these majorities? Where are they getting their information? Where are they learning? So if you have it with this, where you're giving your information on the bill to these people, and you're basically handing them the bill, hoping they read it, because these bills are 1,000 pages and they've got stuff in there for every single thing. So you may be voting on the majority, but that bill could also be dropping money from Social Security or not paying our military, but it does really good over here and really good over here. And it's only a yes or no vote. So that vote, you're going to get the majority vote. They may want to divide it up line by line, but you don't have that option in Congress.
I think what it's trying to get at is there is going to be influence on the vote that the representative makes, regardless of how it goes down, right? You either go from trying to influence one person, the representative, so that's a surface area of attack, so to speak, of just one person, versus there are approximately 700,000 people in the second district. So you go from trying to convince one person, which can be very easily done. You look at the campaign donations of any of the people who are in Congress now. It can take as little as $5,000 or $10,000 for people to flip a vote. You go from that amount to trying to change the minds of 700,000 people. That's a lot harder. And
well, not to mention, it's also maybe a benefit for those people, because what if Northrop Grumman said, you know what, to buy all these people over, we're building a park in all the communities, or we're going to donate money to
All the
this,
schools.
whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I like where your head's at with that, because that makes them responsible to the people that they're going to be taking tax money from.
Right. And I think that we can reduce a lot of the corruption that there is in the government right now just by, being a little bit more transparent, voting with the people. But, how many votes, if you look at the Republicans, so many of the Republicans in Congress are just basically Democrat light. And it's just like we're going off a cliff. Democrats are going 100 miles an hour. Republicans are going like 75. So it's not like there's not that much difference in the actual elected representatives. But I think that the platforms are very different. If I got this going in Utah with the 4 representatives and potentially the 2 senators, we could pretty much guarantee a strong Republican vote for 20 to 30 years, as long as we don't get taken over by another, move-ins from other states that dilute the voices of Utah.
I think if you designed this, there would no longer be parties, which is even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, the person wouldn't come there as the Republican from Utah. They would come there
How would
as
you force everyone to use it?
as the representative. You wouldn't force them, but I'll tell you this: you get 5 Congress people using it, and there are people saying, "Look, he votes the way we want." That will, within 5 years, that will be the benchmark for if people get elected.
I'd love to see the
All it has to do is
the
be
back-end
public.
solution of this, and to see that it could actually work without getting compromised or hacked and again, I would hope that every item on that bill would be inputted in before people would vote, because that's if you could make anything happen in Congress, I think you would push a bill that says every bill we vote on has to be one page, every issue, so that you're not handed a 1,000-page bill and have to vote yes or no on it, because that's where they get you. You get 72 hours to read 1,000 pages, and mixed in with all the stuff you want is all the stuff you don't want. And if they made it 1-page bill each and your constituents were reading it along with you, I love the idea. But if it's 1,000-page bill and you don't have that on the website that people read, because most people won't even read it. So you highlight the point of what each page is and give people an overview. I'd love to see it work.
I think the hard part would be is, so let's say in your district you have 7,000 people, and of that 700,000 people, I'm using a number, 7,000 people, and of that, probably if you're including all people, so probably 4,000 are registered voters. And of that, on stuff like this, only, what do you think, about 7 people vote and actually pay attention. I think that'll be the hard part to sum out, to suss out how to get more people there to pay attention and vote on each particular bill. If they did, that would be one way that people would drive these omnibus bills out of existence, because everyone, I'm sure, even the Democrats, would get on board saying, look, they're not happy about Israel being tied in with an omnibus bill. The progressives aren't anyway. The Republicans aren't happy with any foreign spending being tied in. So they all tell them no, until eventually the only time a bill gets brought to the floor is when it's a smaller bill, when it's 5 pages or less, or single issue. No, I like the idea. I do.
You're asking them to govern themselves, voting for term limits or voting for 1-page bills. And we already have proven that they won't do that.
Oh,
Until we
I'm
find a
talking
way
about
to get them out.
the software. I like the idea of the software.
Oh, me too. I would hope it can be hacked, and I would hope that it would be purely informative so that you're educating your populace.
If it's blockchain and there's enough of it, it can be hacked, but the expenditure to hack it is beyond all recognition. Just you spread the blockchain far enough, get it on enough nodes, it can be hacked, but you have to hack 1,000 whatever computers at the same time.
We should let our guests talk now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
We don't have very much time left.
Okay.
So what do you want to go over? Like, what would you like to tell the people?
Well, just to your point of, there are approximately 700,000 people in our district. Yeah, only a percentage of those would vote on bills. But I think as more and more people learn that they can have a more direct influence in what happens, I think more people will get involved. I do think it is important that bills be kind of more single issue bills. They're just so much like you were talking about that they get thrown in there that don't have anything to do with the main purpose of the bill, and it's just like, I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine, that type of thing.
It's true. That's why many of our Congress people, Celeste included, she's going to get raked over the coals for voting for a bill. But also what you don't see is the other items in that bill, and that she could get positives on or negatives on or whatever. And I think that that's the problem with the US government right now, is that it's all so forced that not even our representatives can read through it. I mean, Mike Lee says he won't read it. He won't even vote on a bill that he can't read.
Well, not to get too off subject, but I think AI will have something to say about this in the future. Elon Musk has already talked about this, putting these bills through his AI and helping us understand what's really going on in those bills and distilling them down to what's going on, because they're just too complicated. I mean, these bills, they're not written by the people in Congress. They're written by lobbyists, and then they're just brought as a package. And then, here, I've got this. It's the defense contractors, it's big pharma, it's all these big conglomerates that write these bills. It's not the Congress people, by and large. I think that in kind of summary, we need to do something, and we need to get the people more involved. And I believe that the idea of citizen representatives that I'm bringing forth to vote with the majority of the people, especially in Republican districts right now. The Republican people don't have representatives that by and large represent them. There are a very few handful. I ask this question quite a bit. How many politicians do you trust? When I was gathering signatures, and my joke was, how many politicians do you trust? 0, 1, 2, or 3. It's like we can count on one hand how many politicians we trust, and that should not be so. I would like to make it so politician is not a dirty word anymore. Like, I'm going to be working for you. I'm going to be working for the majority.
I trust AOC to make a fool out of herself at least once a week.
Well, it's what we trust them to do, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
do you have a prototype of this technology made yet?
No, it's just. I mean, like I said, they're off the shelf kind of deals. I've got a couple of gentlemen in my ward that are in my. I don't know if you're LDS or not. It doesn't matter, but they're in my church that are programmers, and they're developers. And they're helping me kind of come up with the framework of this software. And that'll be one of the things I talk about in my daily vlog or my videos, is the kind of the development of this software, because I want it also to be open source. There will be a potential to monetize it with elections and things like that. But I want the code to be open so that people can see that what we're putting in there is legitimate, that it nothing is 100% unhackable, but we're going to make it as close as we can to that. And with the, like I said, with the public ledger, that eliminates a lot of the uncertainty about the elections. When we can download the election file and we know that from once that is ended, nothing is being added to or being subtracted from that vote. That'd be a huge thing. I mean, just knowing that vote is done and nothing can happen to it after that gets us about half of the way there. Now the other half is making sure that only the right people are voting, that only registered voters in our district, that their votes are not being changed. There will be encryption and things like that. So there are a number of things that we need to take a look at with this software, and I think it can make a huge difference.
I like Vivek's idea, Ramaswamy, when he said voting day should be a holiday. Everyone gets off work. It's a federal holiday. And I know a lot of people would like to get back to paper ballots, which that's how we did it years and years and years. That requires a lot of volunteers. That requires a lot of time and attention done by the people. But I think we've gone into a place where people don't have time or don't make time anymore for politics. It is a dirty word. A lot of people vote based on what they see on their nightly news or what they see in commercials during their favorite shows. And if they're streaming, they're not even seeing those unless it's like YouTube. So I think that going into a different way of getting to the people, I mean, this is something you should definitely develop. This is something you could monetize in a good way. And if it works, and if you can prove that it isn't hackable or that it is a direct conduit, and it's easy for people to read through and understand the issue, so they're voting educated with an educated vote rather than just what sounds good at the time. I think you could really have something here. I'd be curious to see what your prototype looks like.
Yeah, and then, I mean, just kind of the software is just an ends to the means. I mean, it's dual purpose. It's to tell me how to vote, so I know what the majority actually wants. It's not a poll that can be manipulated or skewed. The polls can be, you can ask questions in a certain way and get whatever answer that you want. But a bill that comes up, I mean, anyone can download a bill that's up, and they can read for it themselves. So it's a yes/no deal. But my point is that we're getting more of the actual will of the people with this. It's not just a poll. It's not just putting our finger in the wind and trying to figure out which way the wind is blowing. It's a very direct way to know that. And
I just from my experience, I've had Congress people. Chris Stewart was one, and I guess Celeste too. She's only been in a handful of months, but he would do town halls every quarter and bring up issues and things that were upcoming, and then votes he'd made in the past. And you would be stunned at how many people bother to tune in, where they can ask questions, where they can learn. It's very few people. I'm trying to think of how many people would download a bill besides us, because we're nerds, and read through it. We got to get that fixed in Congress to make it one bill.
Those people who took the time to do it would have a voice with this, because they would be getting on this thing and voting. And that's what I was saying a minute ago.
But how many would get on and vote no? And
doesn't matter.
The majority says no, and they have him vote no.
Doesn't matter. The people who are educating themselves, as far as I'm concerned, are the people who count.
Right, but he can't differentiate between who's educating and who's not.
The person who went on and read the bill.
I'm saying, if he had this option and I go in and I'm like, I'm not reading this, just vote no. You read it and go, wow, this is really good. I've read through everything. This is fantastic. And you vote yes. But a majority of people are like, I'm not reading it, and vote no.
Then they can get pissed
Now
off at it
they
for
get
not
mad at
voting.
him.
But the people who apply it are the ones, because he can say, hey, look, I only went off the way you guys voted.
And as long as it's
So
open
if people don't like it.
yeah, as long as it's open to every registered voter in the district, it doesn't, like, I can't worry about who is educated on the bill and who is not. Like, as long as it's available for anyone who is a registered voter to do it, then that's the important thing. I think it would be incumbent on us to try to drive engagement, try to make it more interesting. And like you're saying, it's like once you know that you have more of a say in it, people are going to get more involved. And like I said, I don't want to do this. This is not something that I was like dreaming. Oh, I want to be a politician. I don't want to be a politician. You can kind of see that when this starts gaining traction, a lot of people in power are not going to like it. Like I had a lot of fear about running, and it took me quite a long time to actually come to the decision to do it. And so this is going to upset a lot of apple carts, and that's just the way it is. We need something to change, and this is a way to do it. And voting with the majority, using citizen representatives, using a voting system that can eventually be used in general elections. It's going to be it's a start. I mean, my website, you go to tylermurset.com. I'm accepting donations now. That's my plug. And
Excellent.
I'm doing.
I wonder if you could sell this to maybe counties and cities first to get a kickoff on it.
Yeah.
To make a return
for the software.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure if it's proven that it would work, yeah, this is a monetized thing for sure.
Yeah. Sell it to HOAs. Watch HOAs disappear. Is there anyone on earth who likes HOAs?
Just the people who pay money to live in them.
Even people who
The
live in
HOA
them.
presidents love them.
Yeah.
It's their one chance of power.
Oh.
I got
I like the idea.
I got elected the HOA president once, and I wasn't even there. I was like default, and I'm like, I don't want to do this. There are people who just love the power, and that's not me. But somebody has to do something, and we can talk. If everyone were like Republican, or excuse me, like Representative Massey, I wouldn't be talking about this. If all the representatives were following the actual Constitution, I wouldn't even need to be here. Like we wouldn't even, you probably wouldn't even have a podcast. But why would we talk about them?
It wouldn't be about this.
Yeah, we'd still have a podcast. Just wouldn't be about this.
So yeah, we wouldn't have, if things weren't going well, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. I don't think. And I'm kind of this is something I don't know that I don't have a good chance of winning. Let's be honest. But I think this could be setting up a run for next time or for someone else. I would like this idea to get spread and not just be with me. If another representative, not just in Utah but in other states that have Republicans that aren't representing them well, let's get someone on board. And it's not just the Democrats. They tend to have people. They tend to do what their people want. That's kind of an interesting side note. I have talked to a number of my neighbors that are Democrat, and they said that this idea resonated with them. And
yeah, I would argue that no party does what their people want. I mean, right now the progressive wing is pissed at Joe. They are pissed at him because he's funding Israel, and so he's got to open himself up for a impeachment because he wants to stop the funding of Israel, which exactly was the thing they impeached Trump for. We'll see if it happens. But so no politicians, which is why I'm a 10th Amendment guy. I think all government should be managed as small as it can be. The federal government has a very small bubble they deal with. Honestly, our Congress could probably meet up once every Congress could meet up once every 2 years. You elect a guy, he goes there, he meets up for 2 weeks, says, is anything changed we need to work our way through? No, he goes home. That's it. Senate meets up once every 6 years. They go there, they say, do we need to write any new laws? No, because all these things can be managed on the state and county level, right?
I believe
I'm only to be working for the national level. They're not even supposed to be working for their states.
No, that's what I'm saying. The states deal with all this. Does the Senate need to have a new law come down on us every week?
No.
That's a question. They're doing it every day. But does it have to come down every week? Every day, do we need a new law written on the federal level? No. They should go in there once every 6 years. When they're elected, they don't have to rent an apartment there. We'll put them up in a hotel room for 2 days. I'm fine with that. They go in there, do a quick review on what do we have going on? Is there anything pressing? Is our nation falling apart because it hasn't had our legal attention? No? Okay. Peace out, boys. I'm going home.
You'd have to eliminate any money going out of the country. You'd have to make sure our military was funded.
This is a
and
G-rated
any of the
show.
wars gone.
What do you mean make sure the military's funded? The only thing in the Constitution on military is the U.S. Navy. That's it. Guys, go home and read it for yourselves.
Yeah, but you still need to fund them.
Sure, that's easy. How many boats do we have? That's how many? How many sailors? Okay.
Okay. It's not that easy because you still have to protect our borders, also required in the Constitution.
Yeah, that could probably happen through the states, and it doesn't take what it takes. You know what? You know how you protect the borders?
You're taking his show away from him.
We
and
don't
we're
give
15 minutes.
we don't
past.
give welfare out to people who cross it. Everyone stops crossing it.
Yeah.
It was never a problem before.
I thought drones would work.
To your point, really quickly, I was talking to a gentleman a month or two ago about, and he's very strict, like a very staunch constitutionalist. And, I was presenting my idea to him, and he had some objections here and there and whatever. And I said, how many of the bills coming out are constitutional? Or he said maybe 1% of them. And that's to your point, that because the 10th Amendment says that anything that is the only thing that the federal government should be doing is what is strictly talked about in the Constitution, and anything else is left to the states. And even one of our Supreme Court justices did not understand what the 10th Amendment was. That was eye-opening.
I'm shocked.
That was eye-opening. It was like somebody had to help her save face because she didn't. What's the 10th Amendment? Like what? Just these things that if people truly understood what the Constitution meant and what the federal government is supposed to do versus what the state and local governments can do, things would be completely different. So I'm totally on board with you. I agree with that. I'm just trying to do my little part to get this idea out there. I really appreciate you calling me and contacting me, because this is use this kind of like a springboard to get me going again. So I appreciate that.
Good. Hey, thanks for running. Thanks
That's a big deal.
Thanks for throwing your hat in the ring. I mean, it's a tough fight.
Yeah, it's not easy. I can only imagine your wife is probably like, "Are you crazy? This is crazy." But I'm so glad. My hat's off to anyone that puts their name out there, puts themselves out there to actually do something for their fellow man, and I really appreciate that. So you sound like you've really got something there. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I'd really love to see it when you have like a prototype or something and you need somewhere to advertise it. Call us. We want to have you on.
You need somewhere to try it out. We'll see if our county won't put it in.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That would require a vote of the people.
Sure. We'll put it out to a vote of the people.
You can advertise for it.
Yeah.
There will be lots of strings. It should start with the candidate who's elected and actually starts using it. That's how people will vote for it, because that would cost. People have to vote for their method of voting in counties. Yeah, that's how we got mail-in voting.
Okay.
So that could be cool.
But this would just be our county putting it out to get a pulse on what the populace thinks. The populace who cares thinks.
Yeah. We need to get a populace who cares.
Yeah.
That'd be one step in getting a better government.
How would it be? No, the best government is one that you don't have to care about. It will run and it won't abuse you. We don't have that. So instead
Nobody
have to
has
have this.
that. That's
a good point.
impossible. No one has that. Okay. So everybody go to his website.
Yep, TylerMurset.com. It's TylerMurset.com. Check him out if you like what he's saying, or if you have questions for him. He's got a contact him on there. You've got the donate, everything else. You can dig in deep. You
have yard signs.
Got the
in case
breakdown
people
of his
want a yard
information.
sign.
I've got the yard signs designed. I don't have any produced yet, but I can have those in short order.
Okay.
Excellent. So reach out, go to the website and communicate with him. Find out more about him. He's an open book. It seems like. I'm sure we could talk to you for hours.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Tyler. You have a good weekend. Have a good everything else going on. Have a good night. And we wish you luck, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, everyone. That's the show.
Birthday is Monday.
Whose birthday? Yours?
Yeah.
Holy cow, she's going to be turning 34.
29.
29. The big 29.
Big anniversary
So everybody's
for my 29th birthday.
Everybody wish Holly happy birthday
Hey,
on
my mom
Monday.
sent me something really quick that I
Oh.
wanted to tell you about. She said, did you hear that Governor Abbott just pardoned a convicted police officer who shot and killed a BLM man who drew a gun on him, and the cop didn't know it wasn't loaded? Courts found the cop guilty, and Abbott just pardoned him.
Good. Now tell Abbott to go work for that Uber driver in the BLM march where that moron Air Force guy pointed an AK-47 at an Army guy who's driving for Uber.
Oh, did that guy get convicted?
Yes, he did. Air Force, don't have a shootout with soldiers. Have a type out or a cable remote out.
You know what? Just play Call of Duty like the rest of us.
Anyways, everyone have a good weekend. Remember, Holly's birthday's on Monday. Monday.
On money. It's on money.
It's on money. Everybody send her your best, and I hope she has a great one. We will see you guys.